it's pretty much, as far as I can tell, been resolved. There's going to be somebody out here to fix it, to make sure it doesn't happen again. At the moment, I can't smell it, so yay. Make sure we're coming through on my end. Are we coming through? Test 1, 2. Looks like it. Yes. Cool beans. Oh, of course you're getting the run from the military. That's half of being in the military. Remember, there will come a time when Skittles and M&Ms are basically currency. That's the truth. They replaced the old the old K and C ration chocolate bars with Skittles and M&Ms, and there will be a no separately. But there will come a time while you're in basic training that those will become more valuable than gold. And furthermore, I'm going to say this to your face. Only 4 out of 10 people in the military get the original job they signed up for. Everyone assumes that. Trust me. Trust me. Trust me. No. And when it does, I'm going to laugh. Mm-hmm. Anyway, how's everybody else doing tonight? The question is, will we hit 40 or will we be just short? 40 people watching. Hold on. Sender! Okay, camera's off.
What?
Come here.
What did you do?
Orsh said give you a hug.
Okay. I'm confused. I am very confused.
Okay, I have bad news. I'm getting another hug.
Oh
no! And another one.
Oh
and
no!
Another one. And another one. So that's Ivana, Moon, and Adagio, and Hetty. I gave her 5, so you're already covered.
And I repeat, I cannot stress this enough, for it is a very important factor of this conversation.
Cinder, come back.
What?
Come back.
Oh no!
Shadow says give you another one.
Hi, Chris! Hi, Chris, you're
You know Chris is our Ewok on Saturday now?
I know.
That's horrifying.
Do not punch the panda!
The panda's bigger than me. Yes, it is!
Like, that will stop you,
Okay.
Mrs. Yeet!
Okay, that's fair. Force punting is possible. She already left. You're too late. Okay, then. Mm-hmm. Because it didn't happen last... yeah. So now instead I have 3 days straight of tabletop streams. No? This is... Well, I have today. Tomorrow we have a special stream. And then we have Saturdays, and then we have Saturdays, Star Wars stream. And I have a panel with Ramcon, and I have somebody ask me to do something crazy, so I'm doing something crazy that I'm gonna regret all of my life for doing, but we're doing it anyway. I wish. I was taking a drink. I wish I was making a porn. I'm playing a one-shot, pre-made 5th edition Druid of California. I mean, Circle of Wildfires. And the only reason I'm doing it is because it's this person's birthday. So we're going to be live with that shit because he wants it, because he wants to stream it too. I am literally being a druid of the Circle of Wildfire. I mean a druid of California. I mean, there's a difference. He was like, what class do you want to play? And I went, a druid of California. I mean, Circle of Wildfire. And he's like, that's just mean. That's true. Zombie's not dead. Dang. All right. So we need to pump more cyanide into him because apparently he's slightly immune to it. They will be the best words. I can talk. I can remember to unmute my microphone. Yes. Anyway. So we have shenanigans planned for you guys tonight. This includes me having swimsuit artwork. If I'm gonna do a beach episode, I'm doing it right. I'm also doing the unthinkable, and I will be sitting down and reading through the entirety of 2020's Fiorisms because it sounds like y'all need something positive in your life, and this totally isn't it. You say that like that can't be arranged. Mm-hmm. You were never not a mean kid?
Be a good thing.
Right, that should be fixed now.
Okay, we'll find out in a moment.
But is it really?
Yeah, it's fixed. I apologize. I
It's up there. It's working.
had unplugged something.
Ah.
I auto switched.
Gotta love when the computer does its own shit right behind your back.
I know, right? You guys are all quiet. It's like you're dead today.
I'm concentrating.
Concentrating on what?
Constipated. Yeah, I'm on the toilet.
Yep, that's what I heard.
Yep, 100%.
I'm watching a cooking recipe.
No, I'm playing DLC Lands 2.
Hmm.
But yeah, you're right, Pete. It's very low energy in here tonight.
I mean, that happens.
Eddie did warn this is going to be a lazy stream.
We're going to have a beach episode. It's been like almost 3 years and we hadn't done this yet.
What the fuck is a beach episode? You're just gonna play around and fuck around on the beach?
Our
It's
characters are
basically-
literally taking some R&R on the beach, yes.
It's basically what would be considered a
And people
slice of
are
life
gonna-
episode.
A beach in Fallout is the worst place to take some R&R because
And
one wrong
people-
step and you're gonna get fucking cancer.
Okay, here's the thing. There's cancer. Oh, don't forget, you're going to be near the water. Who knows what'll pop out of the water?
Okay, because I'm gonna bet, because I know Moon, 10 out of 10, someone's getting tentacled.
Uh-huh.
Hello.
Oh, boy, people are so thirsty for something freaky to happen.
No. I
You
think that's
beach
the
episode. I already have cancer.
oof. I'm sorry to hear that. Are you okay? Do you need a hug?
Yeah, Quick Stitch is like now the Deadpool of pony times because regenerates cancer. Cancer regenerates cancer. It's that cycle thing.
Is it always the same cancer or a new and interesting cancer?
Definitely the same cancer.
Mm-hmm.
Well, right now, Quickstitch is 0 for 1 against cancer, and we're hoping to make that not 0 for 2.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, Quickstitch has cancer.
Is
Yes.
Quick Stitch the fucking dancing disco ball of doom?
No, that's
No.
Scapola. Quickstitch was our doctor. He does have super cancer, though. He did literally inject himself with super taint.
Why would you do that?
It was an emergency.
I was disintegrating.
Yeah, it was a get out of jail free card.
It was an emergency.
Okay.
He had an auto injector that he forgot was loaded with taint.
No, he didn't forget.
No, he remembered.
Yeah, I am willing to bet that was planned. The risk was calculated, but my god, are you bad at math?
He's not bad at... Okay, he's terrible at math.
Who's that?
Quickstitch, are you okay, Hetty? Is this wake-up mode, Hetty?
No, my computer decided to power off.
Hetty, do you need a nap?
That's disturbing.
It does it from time to time.
Hetty, do you need a coffee? An espresso? Or should I just directly inject the caffeine into your arm?
No, I'm just frustrated. It's the second time it's done it today.
That would fucking definitely kill you.
That would be a power supply problem, more than likely, or a
Um,
the system.
One. So there's two causes for it. One is definitely power supply because it's complaining of an overvolt on the CPU when it restarts. The second one, there is no error, which I think is actually temperature related.
So how long have you had your power supply? 'Cause you're supposed to replace them every 3 years.
This one's maybe a year old.
What brand? Please don't tell me it's a Roseville.
I can't remember. I'd have to look it up. Except that's if I can remember where I bought the fucker from.
All right, so for Christmas, everybody, our charity is to make is to sit down and build Hetty a custom computer.
No, that's too fucking much.
I will fucking throw in on that.
Sure, why not?
No, that is too expensive.
Hetty,
Hetty, accept our love.
you were not the first person we have built a computer for. The computer Sophie is using right now, we built for her. I put it together with my own two hands. So no, Hetty, it's not too
Yeah,
much.
kind of
Yeah,
things
it
you
is.
should be doing for your wife.
Especially given your shitty financial year this year. No, that is too much.
I'm just raising money for something. I'm trying to do a charity.
That's why
every
everyone
month.
would pitch in and wouldn't just be fee.
Yeah, everybody else would.
Besides, I'm still getting 40% hazard pay.
It's a community effort.
Yeah, community effort.
We're all in this together.
The only money
To
I would
defeat.
really be pitching in is the time it would take for the
No,
parts to
stop,
get to
both of you, please.
the only money I would be pitching in would be the time it takes for me to put it together when all the parts get to my house and then driving to the post office to mail it to you.
The tax, the border tax on that alone is insane. Fee. No.
A
Okay.
border tax? Do they
Okay,
tax everyone in your country?
When
Okay,
you cross
fine.
borders.
I will have the parts sent to you. And yes,
Cool.
he gets a border tax for everything that gets sent into his country.
We'll put it
Yeah,
on a raft and
customs
push it
duties
across.
and taxes.
Warning! Warning!
I mean, it's the
Stream tip
UK, it's
overload.
literally
All
the
hands,
place where they
prepare
have
for
the means.
exploded broken
You've got a
Fiora in
license for
5,
that, mate.
4,
I mean, you guys are
2,
literally living in
1.
the country
Detonation
that
imminent.
rebelled from us because of the taxes.
Jesus, what's up, me?
I'm getting it out of the way.
We've been over this. Can you wait till the stream actually starts? Not when we're sitting here free gaming. Like, seriously, they can't even see my face right now. They don't even know what's going on. They don't even know what clothes I'm wearing yet.
I'm guessing sports bra. Either that or you're gonna go theme and be in a bikini. One or the other.
Neither, actually. But thank you. That's flattering.
Oh, it's not flattering. I
mean,
chalked up on a list of why I don't watch.
won't be the first time she's broke out of a bikini top on stream.
I'm sorry, what? What?
The first bikini I had, we decided to do a bikini stream during the summer, and my boobs had gotten much bigger since I bought the bikini, so they literally just snapped it.
Oops.
Well then.
So,
And it would be
so
one thing.
well,
It would be one thing if they had like undid the knot that was holding it on. No, they snapped the metal, the metal clasp outright. Just broke the metal.
Ow.
Yeah, did you wear a bikini during one of the old XCOM streams, or was that the old?
Oh, this was back during World of Tanks.
Ah.
Armored Warfare.
Back when she was in a flat share with a guy that liked to torrent every porn movie in existence.
Who would get upset that I would go downstairs before every stream and reset the router to knock his torrents off. And wouldn't just reset it standardly, like where you unplug the router and then plug it back in. And no, I would unplug it and wait 10 minutes so that his torrent program would stop trying to reconnect, and then then plug it back in.
I mean, to be fair, it did fuck up your stream quite a few times. That did.
Yes. And also, that place permanently fucked up my toes.
I mean,
wait, your toes?
You did go to the hospital twice with splinters sticking out of them.
Yeah, the floorboards in that room were literally tearing apart from just my chair being on them, and so I would occasionally just get a splinter in my toe or in my toenails. So literally, my toes are like they need some consistent long-term care, and I ain't gonna be able to get it anytime soon. Cinder's helping. She got the calluses off my feet finally.
All right then.
That reminds me, during my last year of high school, speaking of calluses, I had some weird wart-like growth on my thumb and palm. I, to this day, have no idea what the fuck it was, but one day I was just, like, cleaning potatoes, and it just came off. The juice from potatoes made it came off, and I still, to this day, have no idea what the fuck it was.
What's with you and the random topic whiplash?
Brett does that. He doesn't understand how to read a room, nor does he understand how to maintain a consistent topic. He actually has a professional badge in murdering conversations. It's a real problem, and the conversation police are genuinely looking for him, and have actually come to my house and requested if I know his address so they can attempt to arrest him with the warrants they have out for murdering conversations.
No. Well, It's less murdering conversations and more being a member of the Church of Infinite Digression.
The sworn
God.
enemy.
Which is apparently an actual thing that one of my uncles actually got the paperwork done to make an actual thing.
Okay.
Though I don't have a drink, so.
That sounds
Doesn't
too
really-
similar to the Vulcan philosophy of edict.
Which is?
Infinite diversity and infinite combinations.
Basically, eat everything.
Yeah. Or as Buzz Lightyear would say, to infinity and beyond.
And beyond!
So there we go. Now that silliness is done.
No, we're just getting started. But thank you for thinking that. Thank you for thinking that we're actually done. Okay, apparently I have more artwork than I anticipated tonight.
Ooh, artwork.
Because somebody finished the. Somebody has finished up the pieces for the audiobook, even though it's not going to be ready because our sound engineer had his Faja.
And his what?
Father. Faja.
Ah.
So I'm going to go ahead and get all that queued up. Not that you guys get to see all of it because, well, I only have to show you 2 pieces. So I'm going to roll the dice. I'm going to roll dice here behind the screen where nobody can see and figure out which 2 pieces I'm showing you.
Why are you rolling behind the screen? You could literally roll on your desk with your camera on, and we still couldn't see the dice.
That is
That's
true.
fair.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I rolled. Got a 1 and a 2, but no 3.
Wow, Pony Chick, did you actually find a picture of Fee in a bikini on stream or something?
Yeah, looks like it.
Holtz, can you not talk?
Yeah, it looks like the Mech Warrior stream.
And yes, there's a picture of me in my new bikini during the Mech Warrior stream. That is correct. Actually, no, that's Battletech. That's not Mech Warrior.
What were you asking me, Fee?
Was your mouth full right then when you were trying to talk?
Yeah, actually it was. I had some sunflower seeds in my mouth.
Oh,
nice.
Bad, Holtz, bad. Don't talk with your mouth full.
Hey, sunflower seeds.
but sunflower seeds, that would make Chaco happy because that's bird food.
No, I
Sorry.
there's nothing. They're just good. Has nothing to do with it being a bird.
Says the man whose avatar is a bird.
Yeah, but I like sunflowers well before I like birds.
Did you delete all your old World of Tanks streams, Fee?
No, just they're not available.
Ah.
Well, damn.
I don't think that was World of Tanks, Eddie. I think that was Armored Warfare.
I mean, you've got to. Well, okay. So it happened while I've been watching Fee, which meant it happened during the transition between World of Tanks and Armored Warfare. Fee was doing both.
Yeah, same with me. And I remember that stream.
I think Jingle still has that wonderful shot when Fee actually made the best use of the fox. It was phenomenal.
On a random side note, is it bad that I can assemble an Imperial Guard Chimera entirely by memory?
You've been doing it too long, son.
I mean, that sounds about like putting together a Tau suit without ever looking at it, and then someone looks at me and goes, "Did you even look at what you were doing the whole time?" No, I've assembled these for so many people that it's just stupid at this point.
It's like muscle memory now.
So no, it's perfectly logical that you would eventually just remember how to do it, especially if you're playing Imperial Guard where you need like 50 chimeras.
Or you could just
Don't
throw
need
out
50
10 billion
chimeras.
fucking guardsmen.
You don't need 50
But
guards.
that would be a
Okay.
pain in the ass to
That's not
paint.
even like the meta now. You need to go Iron Guard, which is basically all of the tanks.
Iron Guard? Iron Guard. Wait a minute.
Armor.
Or
Yeah,
you just,
Mechanized. He means mechanized.
mechanized. Yeah.
or
So
you just
Steel
go
Legion?
Nids and flood the board.
Mechanized Guard. You just use the mechanized rules and win. That's Guard meta.
Oh, so Iron Guard isn't the name of a specific regiment, it's just the name of the meta.
Basically, yeah.
Okay. When you say Iron Guard, I was thinking, wait, that's not Iron Warriors. It's not Steel Legion. What the hell is that?
I was thinking Mordian Iron Guard.
Morty and Iron Guard are sick, but I can't afford their models. I want to paint a legion of them, but God, I don't want to give Forge World my money.
And then when you said mechanized, I'm thinking, oh, it's the Armageddon Steel Legion.
I actually have the old school Armageddon Steel Legions, the Peter models.
Yes, I remember those.
Okay. So you want Armageddon Steel Legion?
Okay, this went to a very strange place, but continue.
War Game Atlantic.
Huh?
It's It is a company that does third-party 28mm figures, and they have a line that is basically not Steel Legion.
Well, it wouldn't be allowed at my tabletop anyways because they have a 100% or nothing rule.
Oh.
Is that a actual Warhammer store, or is that your
That's my local game. I don't have a Warhammer store. I'm not that lucky. It's my local game shop, and it's 100% or nothing.
Then you need to find a new local game shop because those people are dicks.
Yeah, that's being stupid.
Let me guess, they throw a fit about kit bashing too.
No, they actually have kit bashing competitions. The last guy that won it had a kit bashed Space Marine on a toilet while still firing a heavy bolter.
That's kind of fun.
Then how are they saying all or nothing?
During tournaments. During free play, anything goes. You can have anything you want. And during tournaments, I don't even understand it because I think tournaments is 50% of the model has to be GW.
As long as I thought it was like as long as it counts as.
It's per Games Workshop. So long as you can tell what the model is and it is accurate to what it's supposed to be size-wise, it's fine. No, it depends on A, the regulation agency, and B, what the TO, the tournament organizer, approves.
Oh
no, the tournament organizer is a piece of shit.
That explains a lot.
Okay, so it's the tournament organizer who's being a prig.
Pretty
So I bet the Orc players love him then.
Oh no, the Orc players are throwing a revolt, which means they're just bringing their big stompas.
I mean,
you said you got a 4,000 point army? What'd you get? Big stompa.
That's pretty much
it.
it.
Hi, this bag of $1 hold.
Here's a little something. Don't forget to eat food and drink water.
Oh, that's
Thank
great.
you,
Somebody was
Senpai.
when you started screaming.
Can I give a confession?
Go on.
What?
I've still technically made no money on this stream.
How?
I had to pay the artists. I had to pay artists for artwork. I've technically made 0. This is normal. Wednesday night makes me no money. The rest of the week is when I make money.
Wednesday night pays for all the costs of actually being alive and running the channel.
Can I give you a belayed donation? I get paid tomorrow.
I don't care. I do this because it's fun.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I know for a fact that the only time I usually make money is Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. Wednesday I might make a little bit, but most of it gets dumped back in to pay Moon, pay artists, or pay for stuff that needs to be done. Most of my actual income that I get to keep comes through other means, but without the support of the streams to do the things, those other means would not be available. So basically, the goal on tabletop game days is to pay for the tabletop game. It's to pay the artist, it's to pay the GM, and it's to pay all the fees associated with the with the system. Stuff like I need to buy a book because, for instance, the Star Wars books I could download for free, but say the Redhurst books, well, I had to buy the a new copy of that for Moon. I still have to buy a copy of it for Orsk, and then I have to pay for the artwork, and the artists range between, let's see here, how much do artists range on me now? It's really different now than when I first started. When I
gave a copy of the Redhurst book.
You gave Orsk a copy?
I gave Moon a copy.
Yes, Moon has that.
Yes. You said you had to buy one for Moon.
I have to buy one for Orsk.
Okay.
I still have to do that, by the way. But let's see. Ravage is $90 per piece, plus $5 per character past the first 3. Shy, the person who does our lovely paintings, she is $120 per painting. Sax Guy is $75 per piece. Maxwell is the cheapest artist I have at $40 per piece. Sora is also $70 a piece. Let's see. Sheba is 60 plus 5 per character over the first 2. Beardy Arts is 70. Sora is 60. Ren is 55 Great British Pounds per piece. You're getting to see some of her artwork tonight. Buvani is $70 per piece. You're getting to see a piece of his artwork tonight. And Baja Griffin is 65 per piece. And Fodi, our newest artist, is... I offered them more and they turned me down.
Wow.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised with that. I offered Fodi more and they were like, no, I only want this much. Okay. I am prepared to hurl money at you. No. Sad face.
Denied.
Anyway.
Hi.
So for the birthday stream tomorrow, apparently he's trying to run it as a charity event. So the following thing should be known about the birthday stream for tomorrow.
Okay.
It is $2, and the GM must take a drink of beer, wine, or a sip of his cocktail.
Oof.
$5, you can impose advantage or disadvantage on any roll of any character of your choice. Up to 1 per character sitting at a time. So you can't just dash it out. It's only one. There's only 4 characters, so you can only have up to 4 of those sitting and only 1 per character. $10, a random spell is cast during initiative 0 at the end of turn. 1 per turn. $25, an item will show up in game. $50, you may choose a monster and decide if it is friendly or hostile towards the party, and it will be added in so long as it is within the party challenge rating. At $100, limit 5, you may add a character as an NPC into the game of your choice that may even be a character you have created. Okay, that's gonna be hilarious.
That is badass. How much? It's 25 for an item, and it can be any item. Yes.
Yeah, for tomorrow.
Sweet. Deck of many things coming at you hot.
Will refuse to use that on grounds of I'm not le stupid. For those of you who don't know, the deck of many things has a statistically 60% higher chance to screw you than it does to provide you with a benefit.
But that's what makes it fun.
One of the effects is super fun. It just summons death to fight. Just summons the avatar of death for the party to fight. Doesn't matter the level. Doesn't scale.
Chaco,
Chaco,
Chaco, that is a sense of fun from like the early '80s when it was fun. When it was fun to make fun of someone for getting screwed. Most of the time, though, no, it is not. It is not fun. It is absolutely horrific, and it has destroyed far many more games than it has ever created good content for.
Oh, absolutely, 100% agreed. You are right on that one. I'm still dropping $25 to put it in the game.
You're a terrible person.
I hate myself a lot.
But no, it doesn't summon death for the whole party. It summons death only for the person who drew it. Anyone who decides to intervene summons another death for them.
Yeah, basically. And it's great. I love it. I love that fucking deck so much because stupid players like MT or a few others that I know of that would definitely draw from it basically ruin their own game.
Yeah, basically you just ruin your own game because you're like, maybe I'll get something good, and
maybe I'll get something good, and then you have your soul transported to an extra dimensional plane.
Maybe I'll get something good. There's an 80% chance you will get something that screws you. There's a 10% chance you will get something so campaign breaking it will destroy the campaign. And there is a 10% chance you will get something that benefits you as a player character without destroying your campaign.
Like, you gain a castle.
Oh, no. You gain a castle, but there's nothing saying that castle is not full of terrible things for you to fight.
Or that castle doesn't just that castle doesn't just appear above you and literally fall on top of you.
Yeah, there's that too.
Or raise out of the ground, destroying the town around you.
I think it specifically says you gain ownership of a castle within some distance, and it's full with orcs. I think.
No.
They might get more specific about it with the 5th edition version of it.
Yeah, the one I played with was the 5th edition version. It wasn't too bad.
Oh, did find out the hard way. Did destroy campaign because I didn't realize what a Wand of Wonders interacting with.
There is actually not a card in the deck of many things that says you gain a castle.
There you go.
I thought you gained a keep or something.
You get a tower, not a castle or a keep.
There we go. Thank you, Miz.
A tower.
I believe it was something like that. I just didn't know the exact wording.
Nope, you don't get a tower or a keep. There is nothing in here that gives you a building. I'm looking at it right now.
3.5 did, but 5e took it out because it's absolutely game breaking.
Oh yeah, the deck of many things in and of itself is game breaking. Shouldn't be used.
Yeah, that's why I'm dropping in the game because I find it.
If you acquire a deck of many things, your immediate reaction should be to destroy it.
Burn it. Throw it in the fire. Don't let the sweet nectar of potential rewards cloud your judgment. Throw that bitch in a fire.
It is the worst item to gain as someone with a gambling problem.
One of my fucking players at one point had the luckiest streak in the world. He gained 3 levels, got like 10,000 gold, 3 keeps, and at one point, I think made the entire party rich by dropping just legendary after legendary after legendary artifacts.
Oh yeah, and the castle one is in Pathfinder as well. It's the throne card. Gain +6 on diplomacy checks and a small castle, which will appear at a location of your choosing.
Yeah, there's nothing in that says we cannot fill that entire fucking castle with mind flayers and mimics.
All it says is that
There's nothing saying the castle itself can't be a mimic.
I like the way you fucking think, V. I'm taking notes.
I'm not gonna fill the castle with mimics. Oh, that's good. The castle is a mimic. I'm sorry, what? Gargantuan size mimic.
Giant.
I don't think it'd be considered a castle then.
It's a
'Cause
castle.
It looks like a castle.
Functionally, unless you go inside it, it is a castle. The
What if it's a
moment,
friendly
however,
mimic and then
you
we can
walk
have
through
some?
that front door, you are lunch, sir.
Yeah, then it devours you.
Okay, fair enough.
Castle-looking mimic. What a concept.
But yeah, basically, once you draw a throne card, you choose any location that's an open area. Within an hour, throw the card down, and a castle will begin to grow out of the ground.
A fee?
With
He
the
has
gate
no
fee.
being where you do the card.
Fee, there's
Hi,
nothing
hi,
stopping
this
you
battle
from doing the last one that I dropped in my stream,
Toad.
Crazy.
Happy Fallout Day.
I'm jumping over to the other server. Moon, you're not dead?
I'm not dead.
Are you sure?
Dead either. I mean, I'm dead inside.
I mean, we knew that.
We all are.
I thought you used the booze to sort of wake yourself up out of the death coma.
Oh, no. That just soothes the hurt on the inside.
Ah.
I have a cup of coffee in me, and where did the stay awake pills go?
Ooh. You got no-dos?
No, they're literally the thing on the back. They're just called stay awake pills. Yes, thank you. Sorry, stay awake tablets. It's just caffeine.
Tablets. Yeah.
God damn it, buddy.
They used to call that no-dos in my dad's day.
I remember no-dos.
I mean, so do I, but this was the fucking store brand stuff.
In the 80s, they had one that was called Truck Driver's Friend.
Oh, I've heard of that. I've actually seen that at truck stops.
Yep.
I was 100% convinced it was meth, so I didn't buy it.
Oh, no. If it said Panza Chocolata on it, then you'd be having meth in a pill. Chewable, too, with flavor.
Did you sleep? Because that was a tired sigh.
No. But I'll live.
Ugh.
Now, in the meantime, is it intro or Lenzabi first? I thought it was Lenzabi first.
We can go back to Lenzabi and then intro if you'd prefer.
Okay. I haven't got the intro loaded yet. So, Lenzabi!
All right, you're up, Lens.
Do your thing.
Okie dokies. So, last session, the party, well, in the mountain, they finally figured out how to calm down the spirit of Barista Foam. And they gave her a nice place to stay in. Full thermos from Sandy Claus. Folks remember him, don't you? That was quite a while ago, but he gave them a thermos of everlasting coffee. So, she now resides in there and apparently is traveling with the party so that she could be reunited with Coffee Stain at one point. And hopefully that'll calm Coffee Stain down a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Then there's the other things they kind of, well, let's just say better to leave the cave and let others deal with some of this stuff. And then the party decided to depart. They did shut down the birds. Like some of them were fighting each other, so they were no longer doing their normal program. And apparently they're having a kind of a Highlander kind of battle between the birds. There'll only be one. There can only be one.
They can only scrap one.
Yes. And then the party decided to get traveling off to some other place, and looks like they're going to go kind of towards a lake. And, well, who knows what's at the lake, but I know they intend to relax a little bit, let off some steam, rest up, heal. But anytime I've ever heard about stories of wasteland, water has this tendency of having strange things come out of it. And on that note, I'm gonna let the boss take over and let Moon deal with them what they done.
So that was a new intro, huh?
Technically, yes, but at the same time, MT, I'm disappointed. Anyway,
what did MT do?
He didn't include the words. So, hey, Moon.
I wondered if that was on purpose or not.
Yeah, that was not supposed to happen. Hey, Moon, remember this yet?
Oh, Jesus.
Do I remember what? Wait, what? That is old.
That's the point the audiobook is just getting to.
God damn.
Ready for the second one?
Hit me.
Here you go.
Why are you deep throating a shotgun?
How do Earth ponies fire guns, Moon?
I mean, depends on the setup they've got.
Poorly?
Though that should be braced against your shoulder, not just directly in your craw.
It is actually. You can see the brown shoulder brace coming down. That's actually straight up the shotgun's drawn as it is in your book.
Oh, okay. I didn't see the shoulder brace. I had to zoom in to see it.
No, the cuts and stuff is from having her face pounded in by Buddy's killer 5 minutes ago.
I don't actually see the cuts. It just looks like she's crying.
There's like one
Her
mark.
mouth is bloody, and there's like a mouth mark below her eye.
Oh, okay. I can't quite see it on my screen.
I've got
Alright.
I had to open the image up in full to see it.
Why does she look cross-eyed?
Because she's trying to focus both on that little tiny front post on the end of the shotgun,
and before all of you think that is all the pictures I have, I'm just going to scroll this up here, and you'll see that I have another tab open that has another picture on it. But I'm not supposed to show that one yet, so I'm not gonna.
Oh, bonus picture.
Moon wants the forbidden picture. All right, you guys get to see it early. Hold on. So this is part 1 of 12.
Well, shit.
Well,
Ooh.
That's part 1 of 12.
Oh, okay. That. Oh, it's that thing. Okay, I know. That's cool. That came out really good. That's a good red. It's like fucking burnt sienna or something.
Is that really a Vault-Tec outfit? Wow.
I mean, the colours and the design's right.
Eh?
And it's a
What?
one piece,
You
so it's
use what you have.
When in the
No, no.
wasteland.
I'm not denying. I'm saying it's perfect.
I always assumed jumpsuits were easy access, though.
That's not a jumpsuit. That's a swimsuit.
Okay,
That's
yeah.
a Vault-Tec. That's a stable tech swimsuit.
But I also kind of assumed that the swimsuits would also be easy access. I never assumed horses would put anything around their hindquarters. It was good, though.
Hello, Black Knight Leader. Anyway, Moon, it's all yours.
Oh no. Okay, let's see. Where are we are in meeting. Okay. I know that the group had agreed to leave. I do not, however, remember if the group actually left.
I'm going to say yes.
Going to say yes, we had agreed to leave and we were headed towards somewhere for a respite.
Okay.
In fact, I think
Yes,
as far
you had
as
given-
you'd actually asked Mina to roll for knowing of a place to go.
You'd also tried to entice us into stealing some of the scrap metal from the chickens.
Yes, okay. Sorry, there's a whole bunch of rules I was trying to piece out. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds like a thing I would try and encourage you to do.
Yeah, Mina made a survival check roll, rolled a 16 out of 101.
Oh, okay. Yeah, between you and Nyota, you'd been able to figure out something around in the area. 1d2. I don't remember what the d3 was for. It probably wasn't important. Anyhoozle. Okay. So you've gotten away from the birds that were in the process of salvaging themselves. And I'll say you're a good mile away from them. You can stop and collect yourselves if you wish, or you can continue walking just aimlessly at this point. I know Mina has a rough idea of where to go and some kind of a course plotted, but there's still a few ways to get there from here since you are essentially in the foothills. Let me zoom in more. Zoom. Let's see. Okay, I know that says Bacon Wagon, but my thoughts went straight to Baconator, and I don't know how to feel about that. Okay,
Everybody loves bacon.
We still have this Chifundo, and it's fucking with me.
That's best Chifundo.
I know, it's so much poof. Let's see. Thugger Eyes, Anime Waifu. Where the fuck is Nyota? Nyota, are you hiding behind the
underneath Dunster Waifu?
We
There
can
he
never
is.
find him anyway, so what's the difference?
Let's see.
Got a point, you know.
You know, Moon, if you just need a marker for this, just use the dumpster.
What in the tap dancing? Fuck.
I think that's what Sunrise is thinking as well.
I wonder what's going through her head.
Fan art of the week.
That's the face I make every time you fuckers do some dumb shit.
I can see in my head the eyelids twitching.
Whoever drew this, I need to contact them because I need a picture of Moon with this face.
Hey, get on it.
Let me see. This one, that's a pretty. Okay. Right. Bacon wagon. I love you, but you're going on the GM layer. Dumpster. Right on the magic dumpster.
So if I replace my picture with the one I was currently using, that's going to. Okay, I'll stay with this.
What in the hell are you okay?
What was that?
I'm assuming pain.
That is looking like pain. What the fuck?
My bet, she bit the inside of her mouth.
Okay, everyone, just stand by.
So, my chair shifted on the tile floor.
Oh.
Ran over my toe. I went to yelp and move my toe. And instead I kicked my computer, which resulted in the computer grate coming off and kicking my foot directly into the 1100 RPM fan.
When you not channel luck check IRL, are you okay?
All
Do
my
we need to get
toes are
Cinder?
red and the outer layer of skin is gone, but I am not bleeding.
Do we need to get Cinder?
Cinder's asleep. Ow.
To clarify this for everybody, Fee just rolled a nat 10 on agility.
Ow.
And then that 10 on what?
We're gonna take 5 minutes, and you're gonna go do whatever you gotta do to this.
No, I'm fine, Moon. It's just taking the top layer of skin off of all of the knuckles on my toes. They're raw, but they're not bleeding.
Okay, the knuckles. Sorry, I thought it was the foot pads.
No, the knuckles. The top side of the toe.
Still fucking hurts.
Yes. But I thought someone had shaved the beans. All right.
Well, hopefully roll 20 will be nice tonight.
God damn, that sucks.
Can we assume the sacrifice to the RNGesus has been made?
You know what, Mina? Roll it. What's your skill with a 10? Is it agility?
Skills? No, I'm not on any drugs.
Special.
Yeah, I'm not on any drugs, so I don't have any 10s right now.
Okay. You know what? Let's not tempt fate.
You've been repeatedly told to go and get ice packs, Fee.
Ice does not help raw skin.
Sure it does.
You know, please don't actually ice the raw skin.
It makes it numb, and then the pain goes away, and then it comes back harder and more vicious later.
No, all the nerve endings have been stimulated. It's going to feel like a burn.
You also don't put band-aids on raw skin, guys. Because that's just gonna make it. That's just gonna make you feel the pain continuously.
Vaseline, though, would actually help in this case.
Yeah, I know. We don't have Vaseline. I'll have to send somebody to go get it.
Surprising. All right. Anyway, back at the plot. Ow, that was my head. That was not a...
Mina's, Sunrises, or Chifundos?
You know what? Mythics, because it's probably the twinkest.
I'm sorry. What?
Just bravo on that one.
So the trap and the twink. We're doing well here.
Someone just needs to find a bear, and you'll have your bases covered.
But that would be you.
Oh shit, fam, you're right.
Dude, I hugged you.
Good point.
Uncomfortable protag noises.
God damn it. Okay. Is the party going around the mountain, over the mountain, or through the mountain?
Okay,
Into the mountain, of course.
First off, Mythic, we don't know mountain that well.
Shit, fucking god damn it!
I was gonna knock first.
You sassy cunts!
I'm pretty sure Mountain is a wonderful, amazing alien, but he has no interest in us in that way.
At that mountain. First of all, I'd ask him for at least a dinner first.
He at least tolerates buttered toast.
I'll tell you what, here's the other funny one. Mythic's not even met Mountain yet.
As a point. So Sunrise looking at Mythic and going, Mythic, we don't know Mountain that well, nor do we know how the aliens actually date.
Pure confusion.
I mean, they don't, but...
The mountain's an alien?
No, but the mountain can be a rock elemental.
Do we bring Mythic to the mountain, or does the mountain come to Mythic?
Why are we trying to make Mythic gay?
Wait, we're trying?
I swear I'm straight.
Anyway, as you proceed to tease the poor sword horse, seriously though, are you going to try and yeehaw the short and more than likely the hardest way, or are you going to look for a pass around the mountain path?
Are you gonna yeehaw?
Yes, I said I've asked them if they're going to yeehaw over the mountains.
I mean, it is a valid point.
And now Vital's broken.
It is a valid point when we're dealing with Sunrise that we may go through the mountain.
Look, for all I know, you're going to try and bootstrap a car out of nowhere and go, all right, we're going to rocket jump over this mountain range because I'm wandering fucking Sunrise and my orgasm drives explosions.
Well,
technically,
that sounds like fun.
Moon, if I may, just check general and read carefully the announcement that I put out that the game was running today.
God damn it.
I think we follow the meandering forest path, which has been lovingly tended to up until the end of the world.
I agree. I also think we follow what our survival specialists, Scapola and Nyota, decide is best. And by the way, P.S. Shadow has informed us that Mountain is a power top, and in Fallout Equestria, Mountain goes through you.
He is not wrong.
The stream is also now demanding a Tadoshan expansion.
I hate my life.
You asked for this.
I mean, after all, I am planning on making a colony.
Sunrise, is it too late to get the bomb collar?
Okay. Alright. It's fine. Luckily for you, I've researched enough of the Doshans that I can pull this off. The Bernard Star is a wonderful thing. Thanks, Clocks. Alright, moving right the fuck on. Alright, so you're going to take... So, between the two survivalists, which would be Nyota and Scopolamina, the paths that you'd know around here, one would be, there is a slight meandering foothill mountain path that would, or foothill forested path that would take you around the mountains. It would be a little bit longer, but it's relatively even. You're not trying to do anything crazy, but it would probably take a couple of days of walking just because of the nature of the beast. Alternatively, there's a shorter path through some switchbacks and old mountain paths that would take you over the mountains, but it's a lot harder and a lot dangerous. But you'd be over the mountains in just under a day.
So are we in a hurry?
At this point, I'd argue that we're not actually in a hurry. We're just trying to rest and recuperate and get our shit back together, but I'm going to leave that up to our fearless leader.
I saw that.
I agree. We are simply trying to rest and recuperate. So, lead away, Scapola, but if we need to camp for the night, we camp for the night. I just firmly believe we should take some time off, since we haven't had any time since she sits here and does the math. We were married like a month ago, right?
Out of character, I don't know how much time has actually passed. In character, I would know, but
honestly, I thought it was closer to 2 or 3 months at this point.
That's what I would have thought.
Yeah, because there were a couple of week stretches of time that just got burned.
I mean, it was not long after the Raptor. Was it just before the Raptor?
It was right after the Raptor.
So
hold on. 36 days has passed since we left the roof. Also, I'm sorry, I scrolled down to the roof. What the fuck is that, Shadow?
You noticed it as well.
I have questions.
Have you not seen that before?
No, we've not had the need to look down that far.
You do realize the Quick Stitch was a few more post rounds away from becoming an Eldritch demigod and not being a playable character anymore.
Okay.
Wow, that would make Quick Stitch a daddy worthy of a sovereign class.
I swear that bomb collar is getting closer to your neck.
Nope.
so yeah, start at the entrance to the park and to gradually make our way towards the resort / campgrounds for the area.
As we're walking, Hayes is just keeping an eye out for any stray herbs that might be along the road.
Oh, everyone, hit me with. Hold on.
Nice.
Initiatives, please.
I'm sorry. What is that initiative, Sunrise?
Wrong button. I rolled the one that doesn't work that hasn't been fixed. There.
Wait a minute, there's one that doesn't work?
Yeah, the one on the core page doesn't work. The one on offense works. It just rolls the D10. It doesn't put the other stuff in.
Oh, holy crap. There's one.
It just works.
All right, Mina, I still need a roll from you.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was it you wanted me to roll? Initiative?
Survival.
It's there. Oh, survival.
This is Haltz. He only hears like half the rolls you ask for.
Now.
It doesn't help that I have a deep voice either. All right. So 9 whole ass degrees of success and a crit. And then is that 7 on the nose? Yeah, 7 on the nose. Okay. That is more than 15. Okay, cool. Nyota or Scapola, I need one or both of you to make me a perception check, both with a +2. Or either of you have a +2. Actually, Nyota, you'd have a +4.
Nyota has plus fuck you because that's a crit.
What are we rolling?
Not you, just the 2 survivalists.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Alright, it is a bit of a windy trail. Something that, with any kind of realization, you understand is going to take a bit of time to get around. But it's easy enough to navigate your way through paths and such. Old travelers had done it time and time and time again. I'm going to go with burnt orange for this.
Along apparently with the occasional horde of Philly Scout.
What
Along with
Philly Scout?
apparently the occasional horde of Philly Scouts. Why did University Sunrise just become absolutely massive?
Because I changed the sunrise token that's sitting there, and it decided that it wanted to make it full size instead of the prerequisite 5% size.
Oh, so you needed to earn the small size corner sunrise.
I would make a note to the rest of the party that this path is going to take us fairly close to the South Shore.
The distance should be accurate.
Well, yes, but the point I'm trying to make is that even at that.
No. I was just making sure that the distance counter I had on the thing was still set to miles and not feet for whatever fucking reason. You're good. Keep going. The map doesn't hate me.
But no worries. But yeah, between myself and Scapola, we'd managed to, guide people along the track, and brain.
VMT is asking who the artist is of today's token.
I honestly don't know. It was made near Valentine's Day, and I just hadn't used it yet. I mean, I can go look, see if I can figure out where I got it from. But I've had it since Valentine's Day. Because the name of the token is Valentine's Day. It's actually an image that's cut in half.
All right, just so I can figure out, the average equine walking speed is 4 miles an hour, which means in about a 10-hour day of what is effectively straight walking, not at a hurried pace, mind you, just a normal walk, trot, a normal trot. It's 4 miles. So you could do 40 miles in a 10-hour day without stopping, or you can keep going longer. I'm just trying to figure out how long the party would want to march before stopping to camp.
Correction, Moon. Average trot speed is 8 miles an hour.
Oh, right.
Is that in system or in real life?
Real life.
The in system is 4 miles. It was codified down. But I'm sure walking speed. I don't know if trotting speed is faster than a walk.
It is. Slightly.
Okay. Yeah. I don't. Yeah. Not trot. Just a normal average walk.
Well, we have to walk a little slower because sunrise is small.
Nah, you can keep pace.
Just kidding.
I'm only slower than you because I'm wearing heavy armor.
Yeah, even with those stubby little legs.
Yes.
I just see her legs moving really, really fast to keep up.
Also, did you just make a short joke?
It's a good one too.
All I can think of is that clip of that one show. Wait for me! I have the little baby legs.
But yeah, so are we talking 10-hour days of walking, 12-hour days of walking, 16-hour days of walking? Like, how crazy? How crazy of March are we going?
Not killing ourselves?
Okay.
Personally, I suggest a leisurely pace. Just kind of, enjoy the air, stop and smell the roses.
Well, on the upsides, if you go at a normal walking pace, you can make checks to just scavenge from the environment as you go. Herbs, foodstuffs, metal.
I kind of wanted to, go
random boxes that
pace.
might appear from fans.
Is this the house with the floaters in it?
Hold on. Is what the what and the where? It was either that or the potatoes. I'm still not 100% sure why this is here, how this got here, or who put this here, because it was not me. But no, this was the house with the floaters. That was never explored.
Okay, I'm just making sure that that's what that was, and that we weren't just walking past something that Sparrow and what's his name? Potcross had asked us to look at.
Nope, let me go.
No, that was this, wasn't it? Wasn't that what this was?
Hold on.
Yeah, wait a minute. Weren't we going there to look for something for them?
And then we decided to walk away because of the floaters.
So, after doing some reverse image searching, linked in live stream crazy post, I have managed to find the artist who did today's token.
Hell yeah!
Thank you, reverse image search program. No, I don't use an online reverse image searcher. I actually have a separate program.
You do realize that entire image is taken out of perspective because you cut an iota out of it?
Yes.
Excellent.
The mental image of her just randomly making that face because Nayada's invisible.
Also works.
Yep.
Okay. But yeah, so there's a couple of the spots you've crossed paths with. Wow, that was not what I wanted to do. A couple
I
of
mean,
spots.
do we have any kind of
Yeah.
idea if South Shore does any patrols, or are they so isolationist that they don't even patrol too far?
In all honesty, you really have, as far as I am aware, you have no idea. You kind of just heard about this place, started going there. I mean, most of anything that Soot was trying to tell you or talk about either was ignored or got drowned out, or just wasn't carried around to other people.
That's because she
So
was
no,
mostly
you're-
ranting and raving.
Well, sometimes there's truth in madness. But regardless, no, you're not too familiar with the town, just that it is a fairly technologically advanced settlement.
And that they handed Sunrise over to the Enclave.
That too. As far as you're aware, they're at least enclave friendly, if not straight out aligned. Also, Mina, do me a favor, make me a willpower check.
Straight up even.
Mina, you get a moment of deja vu of a battle, I guess, in this time frame, not in our time frame, was not too long fought ago. The sound of explosions, hordes of raiders, you and a small crack team, total destruction, and yet there's still just this sensation in the back of your head that what if it wasn't enough? But you're able to just kind of put it out of mind. It's not that big of a deal. I mean, after all, you dropped a fucking tower. It's probably fine.
Oh, is that place around here somewhere?
Oh no, it's nowhere around here, but this is the place you were in when you got teleganked.
Ah, okay.
As the party's making their way out of here, you saw what appears to you're able to follow what appears to be tank treads.
Oh yeah, look at that. I think someone came through here with a tank before. I can't imagine who.
They've dried up, well, they're not exactly fresh anymore, but yeah, the tank treads are still there, giving what appears to be a relatively clear path in at least one direction towards South Shore.
It's not like there's been a lot of tanks driving around here.
Well, that could be mildly concerning. Well, the tank was still around here.
No, we know exactly where the tank is and who it belongs to now.
Yeah, no, there's no issue with the tank here.
Well, that's good to hear.
It used to be our tank. Well, temporarily.
That's a story I want to hear.
Yeah.
When we make camp tonight, deal?
Fine by me.
I'm almost willing to let Nyota tell this one because it was his idea in the first place.
All right. So we'll say need to. here would be the first. Alright. Make it relatively. So you press for a bit because the party's relatively insane and won't just drive themselves onward. Yeah, still about 2.5 days. And sun rises, the group continues on this general path. The device that Sparrow and Hot Cross, you got me doing. No, I just forgot their names. The device that the two of them gave you would start to beep. Very, very, very sporadic beeps. But if you listen to them long enough, you'd be able to tell that they are repeating at this relatively the same rate, although it's gradually increasing.
Blinks a few times.
And you've heard this beep before. You're not worried that you're suddenly going to explode.
Oh no! I'm doing the thing where you where you're like, I'm doing the thing where you're like taking a tracking device and pointing it in various directions to figure out where it beeps faster.
No, that's fair, but I just feel the urge to tell you that you're not going to explode.
We all appreciate that since we're all within range.
It's not.
We're within blast range.
But yeah, 15 degrees of success is enough to get the party 2 days worth of travel without really any minor hiccups. Unless you go explicitly digging your muzzle into trouble, a lot of you can get hard 2 days of travel out of the way and still, get to sleep your fill. And either as you'd make camp or you'd wake up in the morning, you'd be able to tell the direct marker of the ID. That said, can I get another survival check from Nyota and Scapola? Both of you may. Sorry, not both of you. Nyota could on the first one. So Scapola have a plus 20. Nyota have a plus 40.
Do you want Hayes rolling survival checks too?
Hayes can roll survival. I'm not saying you can. I just wasn't aware if you were. I don't have your skills memorized yet.
And you said plus 40, correct?
Yes, because of the 8 on the first roll.
Well, I could lend 8 another.
And with the bonuses set in place, Hayes still has more degrees of success than both of you. But combined, that's more degrees of success than I was hoping you lot would get. Eight.
Hey, I'm happy we all didn't roll 100 and stand there in the middle of the road bickering about which way to go.
I was genuinely hoping it would happen.
And then I'm the one that gets the nat 1.
I long for the days of RNG. But you know what? RNG seems to be pretty pleased tonight. It's apparent that Fee's blood sacrificed appeased its angry nature. 8, 5, 10. Jesus fuck. That's 24. Okay. So as I suppose it would be morning or night, or the time is irrelevant. The three of you, I need a perception check from. All right. Okay. Medicinal, as you're scouting around, you're a little bit... I don't want to say lost, but you're not really 100% sure what you're looking at. They're a bit of ways off. They're not on the path before you. I'll say they're... Or wait, no, hold on, over here. Shape, freehand. They're, over in this here... Oh, wait, those are green. That should not be green. No. No, green is good. Needs to be yellow. Yellow is nebulous and potentially hostile.
Sunrise is going to be explaining to Mythic and Hayes the time that they worked to rebuild a settlement they had destroyed by a massive misunderstanding, and then proceeded to build a tank that was in turn traded to a dragon to assist them in rescuing her from the Enclave.
You know, if you retype that story in one of the RP channels in some relative amount of detail, and other people participate in that RP scene, and really participate, there will be RP XP.
I am down with this.
Because I would very much like to see... the character's point of view of what happened during that. Yes, quality bait, I see.
Making a note.
If you bribe them, they will RP. Alright. Why the fuck am I humming? Alright. Yeah, so about a few hours ahead. Oh, right. I forgot this is a realistic scale, so I need to bring these.
Fallout Equestria, the musical.
Oh my god. How about no? It would just basically be Avenue Q, but with horses.
Moon, can I please stick a bomb collar on the bug? This is the third time I've had this urge today.
But
no,
I'm not a bug.
I'm gonna fucking stick a bomb collar on you. We'll just get someone else out of the box. In fact, I would rather be interested in doing a new player unboxing session.
Fair enough.
The fact he refers to it as a new player unboxing section fills me full of concern.
Hello, Mayor's a Gentle Colts, and today we'll be doing a new player unboxing. Pulls out giant laser gun.
So
yeah, you
is that-
probably want to skip this part. Points it at the window.
So some disassembly required.
I mean, you do what you gotta.
Does that mean Jafundo was made from IKEA?
Oh, god damn it!
Reverse still on the table, Moon.
That would explain the extra parts.
See, now I just... Oh, y'all are taking the high road. I was just gonna make a horse meatball joke.
So, is the next player going to be dropped off by a drone from Amazon?
Oh my god, I fucking hate you all.
You're still laughing. It couldn't have been that bad.
The Amazon blimp just floats overhead and just drops the package.
Oh wait, shit! That's what the mechanical birds were.
I'm frustrated because my only other thing I could possibly do is just voice go loud.
Yeah, that's a good point. Did we bother to check any of the mechanical birds to see if they say Amazon on them?
No! No! They don't fucking say Amazon!
You're right. It'd probably be some sort of horse blend for Amazon.
No! They're all Bing! Every single one of them! Bing!
But there might be an Enclave Raptor named Amazon.
Really?
I was actually gonna.
thing.
I was gonna go with the one survivor was actually labeled EPS.
Nice.
Okay, after I fell out of my chair, we're good.
You're not injured.
Excellent.
The chairs are out to get us tonight.
Fucking goddamn it. Okay, sorry. Which one of you tried to assassinate me with laughter?
Was
We
it
all
the
pointed at each
Equestrian
other.
Postal Service?
Green sus.
So trying to get this back on the rails. He's spotted something off the side of the road.
Yeah, Hayes and wait, was it Hayes? No, Hayes had failed. Hayes had seen something that he couldn't figure out quite what it was, but between Mina and Nyota, the two of them recognized the general color and shape of the armor, along with some of the weapons platforms. Well, the lot of them didn't, and Mina wouldn't recognize them too well, but would definitely make out some of the weaponry. Nyota would be able to identify these as at least there's only a small number of them, but one of the roving, or what is more than likely a roving patrol from South Shore. That said, they don't seem overtly armed. They just kind of seem like they're sitting around shooting the shit. In fact, actually, it looks like one of them is just smoking. But they're all a little bit clustered near... they're clustered near what appears to be some old and kind of derelict building. It's clearly not been upkept, so it looks like they're just hanging out there for a bit. But they haven't noticed any of you yet.
Out of curiosity, are there any detours or alternate paths we could take?
Shall I laugh now and suggest that we should stealth past them?
That is an option. You could try to just sneak past them.
What is the walking tank sneak check?
She's the one that crit succeeds.
What is the wall? What is my sneak check? Well, let's find out. Are we going to try to sneak past them?
I'm
That's
just
my
saying,
point.
Hold on.
What are they again?
South Shore Patrol.
Yeah, they just appear to be a roving patrol from South Shore. They don't seem to have any idea that someone is on the path.
Are they all unicorns?
Are they ahead of us, or are they kind of off to the side?
They're ahead on the general path. The scale is not quite accurate because you're not going to be able to see them from 40 fucking miles away.
I have...
But
go ahead.
actually, I'm just gonna specifically not do scale.
I have an out-of-character question for something that the character himself would not know. To ask, anyways.
Depends. What is the question?
The South Shore. That's the unicorn elitist. Yeah.
Yep.
Yes. That was the. That was the live streamed episode.
I was going to make the suggestion, if this is where you're going, that if we run into them, that either me or Mythic should be the one doing the talking.
That's what I was going to say. I was actually going to suggest Mythic because considering Mina's probably known to be with Sunrise, but Mythic's just kind of new. He could probably go over there and distract them while the rest of you just do whatever.
It's important to point out that Mina was removed from that tank before any real conversation happened.
Yep.
No, but she's also been with the group so long now that I'd be surprised if she's not been mentioned in radio reports and things.
Oh yeah, high likelihood that at least someone has a description of her in collaboration with the group, but she was not directly seen with the group.
I must
What about
admit,
you?
I'm as a player, I'm kind of the opinion we should send Sword Horse and Drug Horse, send Sword and Medicinal Haze just to see what fuckery those two get up to, trying to talk their way past and distract these guards.
You can do that.
So, out of character, Moon, I'm going to take that as a no. There is no detour.
I have.
I had not responded to you.
Let's look at the detour first. And second, I have a better idea, but I like yours, Chifundo.
No, you would actually be able to. Nailed, that's a 5. Yeah, you had gotten an 8 on that initial check in your path, so there is a detour. Give me a quick reroll while I'm drawing this line. Okay. I need to move dumpster. Alright, there is a detour that takes you up and essentially through the mountains. It's a much harder path. But it will shave some, or it does stand to shave some time off the trip as well, even if things, did go sideways and they spotted you or started shooting. Not only would the group have some defensive cover, they'd also have the high ground. And we all know how powerful the high ground is.
Preempting another round of memeing.
So I have a better idea, and if you'll hear me out, we send Scapola in Mythic. You're both unicorns. Shalthor is racist as fuck. Turns to Mythic to Haze. You and I put on collars and leashes and cloaks, while Chifundo and Iota just sneak around and we just walk past these guys. They won't bat an eye at it.
You are going to have Bubblegum Pink and Stripey Stripe try to sneak around these motherfuckers.
You're
They're
literally
probably the most sneakiest.
You're literally going to have like the walking independent shadow leading the bright pink glowing.
Man, I have one better for you.
Unicorn dancing on Aether.
I have one better for you. Dress as our slave.
Hayes pulls out a couple of shot colors. Sure, why not?
Yeah, sure.
Why do you always have shot collars on your person?
I do the intro RPs.
I'm not even going to ask why you have those. But, out of character, Moon, is the Spirit of Whispers still following us? Or me specifically?
That's Boogie. That's Bug.
That's a good question. I don't know. I know there is still a Spirit of Lost bound to Chifundo's dock, but it's warm. There is something. It's not the same spirit, and it's not whispers. There's a lot of spirits of nature around here, as this seems to be one of the more fertile areas the group has made it through in a while. Even when they were going through with the tank, this place was still relatively verdant with life. So there are some spirits of nature, spirits of the woods, the earth. If you asked around, you could probably find a Spirit of Whispers or two, but they're not one of the ones who seem to be currently so interested and focused on the group right now.
Well, seeing as how there are plenty of spirits of nature around, I'm going to ask them a couple favors. I'm going to reach out and just ask a polite question.
You have a slightly captive audience right now.
We need to pass without being noticed. Would you make it so that we can pass through the woods quietly and have those individuals not easily able to see us? Shift some leaves, a couple rustles of the various foliage if we should step poorly.
They float around you, trilling a bit. They sound, as they speak, as they move, it sounds like wind through the leaves and the rattling and clattering of trees and branches. Give me a negotiation check. As they would ask you, what do you bring to offer us if we do this for thee?
I bring new plants, new life to add to your forests. He would carefully lift out the terrariums that he has for the herbs that he salvaged from the military base.
That's at least worth a plus 10. Times 2? Okay. Let's see, that's armor or cloak. Okay. The lead spirit motions over a second one, and what armors are you, Nyota and Mina? What are you wearing?
Well, Nyota's wearing the lightened metal armor, or lightened combat armor.
Okay.
Yeah,
as
basically.
far as... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You were finishing. I thought you were done.
Yeah, as far as Chifundo is concerned, I'm pretty
No,
sure
not-
he's still wearing his cloak.
Not. Oh, right, yeah, because Chifundo is stealthing with you, not Mina.
Yeah, Chifundo's got the ridiculously reinforced leather armor and cloak still.
Yeah, they can't bond to that cloak.
Figured as much.
That is like trying to get two positive magnetized magnets to touch. It might happen for a second, but only a second.
Yeah, Chifundo would take the cloak off and put it into his pants.
They as Nyota is discussing with them, you'd actually feel it tap your armor, not your cloak. Same thing with you, Nyota. It would touch your armor and not any cloak you were wearing. There'd be a soft or a very loud rustling around the two of you, as if essentially caught in a cyclone of leaves. There's an odd, or there really isn't a way to describe it. It's just a sensation of being more at peace and more attuned with the world around you. And so long as the two of you are wearing these armor, and it will wear off after a short period of time. I'm not 100% sure how long, but a few days at most. Both of you have a plus 10 to survival for at least the next day.
Survival and not sneak.
For survival and not sneak, but it will apply enough to sneak in this situation, since you are specifically trying to move through woodlands. No, that does not mean you can roll survival available in lieu of sneak. You still need to roll sneak, but you'll have the +10 to sneak as well.
Okay.
Nyota's going to look at Sunrise and reach over and pull her in for a hug. I really hope you know what you're doing, Sonny.
I was gonna say, as you motion over to Sunrise, the spirit just vehemently shakes its head no.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'm assuming the spirit is saying no.
No, I misunderstood. I thought Nyota was going to motion over, okay, now can we get one for the mobile armor over here? And it's just like, my power is not that great.
Nope. But Nyota is going to...
that. I am sorry.
No worries. Nyota is going to make sure to plant the red and the green herb that the red and green herb plants that he had salvaged.
The spirit does not leave until you finish planting them.
Look, worst case, we scream really loud and you come and deal with them before they can call for help.
I still do not like this.
I don't either, but them knowing we're here or one of their patrols going missing would be bad. So let's try to avoid it altogether. Besides, it's not like we're taking off our armor or gear or anything. We're just putting cloaks over us, so unless they really need to inspect us, I think we'll be fine. Anyway.
What's the deal with these?
They're super racist. They firmly believe unicorns are the superior race and everyone else is beneath them, and they even enslave earth ponies for fun. They sold me to the Enclave.
I don't think you have the exact right of their way of it. I think they were just selling you into slavery because, well, I think they were selling you more for bounty.
No, Soot was basically an escapee.
Yeah, Soot was an escaped slave as far as they were concerned. They legitimately told us, thank you for bringing back our property.
Okay, Ultra Uber Unicorn Supremacists. Got it.
Also, they have a lot of advanced technology, like Gauze weapons.
Anyway.
Neat.
Are we going to get this show on the road? Fundo and I don't have a lot of time to make use of this.
Get going. If you hear explosions, come running.
I like how explosions is the first result.
No! Safe word. No, explosions is not allowed to be the safe word.
I was about to say, all right. Safe word is. All right.
Hey, I'm surprised you're not asking all of these questions, but you know what? I'm just assuming you're more of a go with the flow type of pony at this point.
Look,
and
if I start
she takes out a
like...
heavy blanket and throws it over herself, and hands Scopolamina her leash.
Look, at this point, if I start asking questions, I feel like we're probably going to be here the rest of the night.
None of this sounds like vacation to me.
Escaping slavery ponies is easy vacation, Twitty.
I nod to Chifundo. Well, let's get moving. If we can draw a little bit of attention from them for a moment, that'll allow them to get close enough that they might just not pay attention.
So we're not trying to be not noticed?
Oh, we are. But the thing is that when something moves in the woods, what do?
Look to you to find out what's going off.
Oh, right. Well, let's do our best to just be quiet, but if needs be, well, we're functionally wearing ghillie mantles.
Chifundo will do his best to follow Nyota's lead.
Hayes entirely just shrugs and follows along.
Alright. So is that's not Mac. I don't want the Mac. Shit, did the tokens get deleted? Oh, the fucking token's not deleted. Oh, sadness. Okay, that's fine. Oh, wait, no, right. It was a live game. I never bothered uploading tokens of them. I didn't think they'd be needed. Duh. Right. Okay. Okay. So, I guess it's going to be. I guess we're going to bounce between the two groups. So.
You got hauled 16 tons. What do you get?
Oh, God. Damn it. I just got that song out of my head, too.
I think you need to whip your slave more.
All right. So, can I have the two groups form up on either side? I suppose the zebra's over here, and then the rest of you just kind of piled over here. Hey, just do your best. I'm aware there's not enough room on the map. I assumed you would try to sneak past, not engage. I guess I was wrong.
Sorry?
Oh, no, I just misjudged the party's actions, as you do. That's fine. Was there anything on this? What was this page? What? Oh, right. Right. Never use. Sorry, I was not aware you were going to try and stealth past all of them. Can I use?
I mean, to be completely fair, I would have preferred to completely sidestep this whole encounter.
I assume that a lot of them were just going to stealth around and sidestep the encounter.
Stealth?
Yeah, there's a better story.
Anyway, so I'm just going to say that Nyota and Chifundo, the two of you, are able to get in position. It's far enough away that unless you're going out of your way to be loud, it's not good with the bonuses that you've received. It's not going to be enough of a disparity, and you're far enough away that you'll be able to all but auto succeed the check. So the two of you are able to get yourselves situated into place, and I'll go from there. When I come around to your turn, I don't have a map I can use for this. All right, I'll make something up over the break if we need it. Hopefully we won't need it. So then I suppose that would be Sunrise. You were being led by either Scapola, Mina, or Mythic, and then Hayes is being led by the other. That's a really
sure.
I have no idea who is.
Scapola's got my leash. Mythic has Hayes' leash. We're wearing blankets as cloaks to make it look like we're supposed to be not seen or heard because slaves, and we're just gonna pretend like this is a thing. So good luck talking, you two. I can't be the talker for once.
I like how you pointedly avoided letting me have your leash.
Yeah, I noticed that too, and I don't disapprove of that.
It's like I trust Scapola with my life, but I'm not quite ready to trust Mythic with that.
You know what? That actually makes icy sense. You've known Mina longer.
Then again, I wouldn't feel safe being holding her leash.
Sunrise? This might be a bad time to mention that I don't know exactly how to take these off again.
Worst case, I blow them up, or you pick the lock.
You realize that you never do any tiny, small explosions.
Would nobody, out of character, would nobody have thought to remove the gem packs from the shock collars?
They're buried deep inside. They're not something you can just, pop open a latch and the AA batteries are there.
You do realize that I'm a Philly Scout. We don't deal with slavery.
Yes, I recognize that. So pretend you're not a Philly Scout for 5 seconds.
Yeah, I know I'm going to cover up all my Philly Scout stuff because otherwise no one would buy that.
Yeah. All right. So Sunrise for now, I'm going to switch your and Scapola's place, if that's all right.
Okay.
I doubt anybody would buy us actually having Sunrise as a slave, but that's just me.
Well, that's the whole point. They can't recognize her.
They can't see anything, and I just keep my head down and follow the leash. What are they going to do?
Scapola's in charge now.
All right. So Scapola, as you and Mythic make your way just along this path, the dumpster tucked away into your inventory, apparently. What do you do with your sash and beret? Just take them off and stow them?
Well, actually, she doesn't have a beret. She has a helmet. She wears the beret when she's not wearing the helmet, so that's easy to cover up. It's just the sash that has to be stored.
Okay, so the helmet is what kind of markings does the helmet have on it?
Doesn't really have anything on it. I forget where we got it from. They had covered up the chest piece with something, the police or whatever.
No, that's fine. I'm just making sure that you hadn't personalized it with any, identifiable markings or whatnot.
No.
All right. So as you come making
I take that back. I did actually put a Philly Scout symbol on the helmet. I forgot about that. So I'll have to take the helmet off.
I apologize. My roommate just gave me a heart attack.
What happened?
She is incredibly sneakily quiet.
Oh, Cinderstone?
No, a different person who lives with us. So D is incredibly sneaky quiet. She got all the way to the refrigerator and only made noise because the carton she was getting was crunchy, and through the headphones it literally sounded like the back door lock had just flipped. So I literally got up and went, "The fuck am I about to murder?"
Why is the carton crunchy?
Because she was trying to move something off of it.
Oh, I thought.
Why is she coming to the refrigerator in your room?
There's only one refrigerator in the house still because Lowe's hasn't delivered our second one.
Ah, okay.
Oh, you have mini fridge powers?
Yes, I have. The refrigerator is literally in the next room over.
Okay, proceed.
Yep, my curiosity is satisfied. Oh wait, I'm the GM. I have to talk now. All right. As the four of you come making your way up to the group, Mina, face uncovered, just in her armor, and Mythic. What are you? Yeah, Mythic. What are you dressed in? What are you adorned with?
Just the black combat armor that Sunrise has so wonderfully customized. And everything but fit. We'll get to that. And I think it gives me a +5 in intimidation because she gave me the skill kit thingy for it.
Okay, so you're not wearing the cutscene armor, though.
I am not wearing the cutscene armor now. Oh, also, all of the myriad of bayonets, swords, and all the other crap that he has.
Wait, he's actively wearing those or isn't?
Is.
All right.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how they would respond to this motley crew of wastelanders just rolling up on him, for lack of anything better.
I mean, to me, it sounds kind of like a unicorn, their bodyguard, and their slaves.
Okay, so there is a set of 3 guards all out there. They all have relatively similar looking. It's essentially just combat armor that's been reinforced to hell and back. Some Sunrise grade stuff if she actually had a proper, mill and lathe and shit to work with, and it wasn't just hobbled together from someone's backyard workshop. So everything looks a lot more professionally produced. There is one who, given just on the condition and just added layers of armor, it's clear that this is, at the very least, the squad leader. But beyond that, it's hard to tell the designation. It's a black carapace type armor. Obscures basically everything. The helmets obscure everything but the muzzles. And the horns. They've got... Where is that? Is that my note card? No, they're just the squirrels on it. Is that my note card? No, that's just zebra cakes.
Cakes.
The zebra cake strike again.
Hey, I keep the meme cakes close. I have one with every stream because I like this meme. It's actually really goddamn funny. Oh no, there's that. Notes. Receipts. First anyone. Notes. Alright. Whatever. Whatever. I'll find it later. It'll only be important if you do something stupid. But yeah, just black carapace type armor has what is clearly some Gauss weaponry. The other ones seem to have something smaller. It's hard to tell if it's just a very modified rifle or if it's some lower grade Gauss tack. But either way, it isn't the one in the black carapace armor. It's one of the other ones that hold up a hoof and call out to you. Just, travelers! Ah, unicorns! Greetings.
Hello there.
Evening.
It is it's probably like late afternoon by this point in time, so yes, I suppose it is getting around evening. Are you two lost? Can we help you? It doesn't seem as though they've either noticed or really even acknowledged the ponies that are walking behind you, Mina.
No, we're just looking for any settlements or anything in the area. If not, we'll just continue to keep traveling.
Sunrise. As the group is approaching, making their way up to that one group, the device that you have from Sparrow, the beeping is getting a bit stronger. So you're definitely getting close to one of the packages they were hoping to, or that one of the caches that Sparrow and Hot Cross were hoping you'd be able to find. It's not super loud, but it's there. Anyways, they're just like, okay, you're just traveling through. And meanwhile, up above, Chifundo and Nyota, the two of you are making your way through. It's there's a bit of an old hoof path through here. It's sharp, but you're able to make it around the ravine trail. Thankfully, there's a small sort of natural cliff face on either side, so you're not in danger of just tumbling down the side of your mountain. The side of the mountain to your inevitable and messy demises. But there's give me an intelligence check, Chifundo.
Alright.
Also, Nyota, please put your sanity up by 1 point. You have, in fact, been traveling for more than a day.
Nice.
So
Okay,
that happens.
Chifundo, you are able to clearly spot and make out a good place where you'd be able, if you so choose, to set up essentially Overwatch. You would still need to reserve actions, or you'd still need to reserve an action in order to shoot. But you've found, just a good series of overlooked platforms.
Chifundo would point that out to Nyota. Do you think we should just keep an eye on what's happening down below?
Yes, I think we should keep an eye on what's going on. At the very least, it'll put us in a position where we could help, or if they manage to make it past them, just meet up with them on the other side.
Chifundo will nod and move carefully to sort of the Overwatch position, and then would sort of peer down at what's happening below through the scope of his rifle, just to kind of scout things out. Would he be able to determine the one that the others think might be in charge?
Oh yeah. They're from this vantage point, they're very obvious to make out. Better weaponry, better armor. Honestly, better everything.
All right. And can he see anybody else in the area?
But at the same point in time, roll charisma.
Charisma, okay. That's a pass by 4.
You can tell as the rest of the party arrives, the others all immediately give a glance to the better armored pony, and it's only after there's a small nod from them that they turn and address the party. You can tell that there is a very strict chain of command, or at the very least some kind of hierarchy.
Chifundo will describe what he's seen to Nyota, just to keep Nyota abreast in case he needs to sort of leap to the rescue. And I mean, there'll be a little bit of backwards and forth in Chifundo's sort of view with the scope, but he's going to mostly keep his watch on the one that seems to be in charge. And other than that, yeah, sort of reserve action to take a shot if it's needed.
All right. Then back to Hayes. As the group arrives, there's a little bit of a back and forth with them, or a small back and forth. They don't seem to immediately do anything stupid or attempt to aggressively turn firearms on you. Just casual conversation.
Hayes will casually, thoroughly inspect the grass under his front hooves.
It's really nice grass. This is definitely some pre-war sod that has just kind of spiraled out of control here. Seems pretty pretty adept at having grown here. It's soft. You're pretty sure that this would actually even have a little bit of nutritional value in it if you were so desperate. No, it's good grass. Good grass. Anyways,
good enough.
Sunrise. They have addressed the group much more calmly, much more friendly than before last time. There is no means of throw down your arms. There is no means of anything. But at the same point in time, the last time you rolled up, you were also in a tank.
You were also at the front gate of their city.
Details.
Can anyone hear Fee?
I wasn't aware she was talking.
Yeah, I think Fee's microphone's muted.
Hello?
Hello?
Fee, if you're talking, nobody can hear you.
Oh, we hear noise.
Something?
Test 1 2. Test. Hello.
Yep.
Now we can hear
you.
Okay. For some reason, the mute on the Yeti got jammed.
Interesting.
Anyway, Sunrise is going to take note of this. She's not making any. She's literally just being dragged along by a leash at this point. She's not trying to draw attention to herself. She's trying to keep as quiet as possible and just act like a good little mud pony. Hello?
No.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay.
All right. Nyota, Chifundo seems to have found a decent ridge to set up on and do the shooty shoot. You can see. Give me a perception check at a +2 from where you are, since you got a bit of high vantage from up here.
That's passed by 4.
That will work. Hang on. Okay. You're able to make out the general structure of the group below. Hold on, I'm flash importing some images. Despite the screen caps that I've got, they don't appear to be hostile.
I'm gonna stick with Chifundo. I'm probably one of the only people that could easily spot and follow this trail. So, well, I am the only person currently here who could spot and follow the trail easily.
This is correct. There's that. Delete, delete, delete. All right. But yeah, you watch the one. They all are. You need to roll charisma for that. Give me a charisma check, would you?
Saying Chifundo is relaying to Nyota what he's seeing as well.
Okay, so even if he doesn't see you, so even if he doesn't pass the check, he'd still.
And he does quite handily.
What was the degrees of success?
5 degrees.
God damn. Yeah, you notice them all quick turn and look at the commanding officer. The one up front shifts a little bit nervously. There's the other one. There's one even in the back who seems to be a little bit just unsure and shaky on their hooves. All right, let me get these in. Resize. Too much.
And Chifundo, is it just me, or do these guys look like they're green?
They're edgy and they're also paying Sunrise too much attention.
Am I the only one that caught, like, robot and then not too much attention?
A little bit of robot.
Oh, sorry. Is that better?
Yeah, that was better.
Sorry. Yeah, Chifundo would agree that they're looking rather green and mention that they look to pay Sunrise too much attention for his liking.
They seem to be a bit more focused on Scopola, but they are definitely keeping an eye on the two bundled up ponies in the back. Sorry about that. Mythic, you are there as well. Only the one had come up, and due to the initiative rules, they ended up addressing Mina. But they would still stop and spare you a glance, spare you at least with the uncovered muzzle. You see what appears to be a smile and a small wave. But yes, they are just generally trying to ascertain as to why this group is here, why they're passing through. Do they have any goods to declare? Do they have anything that needs to be taken care of? They look between the two of you. The one in black carapace armor would poke their head up and just, in a slightly more feminine tone than you'd be expecting, just go, "Are they taking care of the slaves? Have they been fed? Are they eating? Do they seem well?" The one in the front just, "Oh, right. Yeah, that's important. Yeah, have you fed them? They're eating. They're up to date on medications and everything. They're healthy. They're well."
Of course, a malnourished, sick, and dying slave is of no use to any pony.
Look over to Mina, and you can feel the covered gaze turning its focus on you. "And you've been taking care?"
Of course. I don't need them getting sick on the trail or anything like that. I mean,
You can roll either bluff or charisma if you're curious as to whether or not this is a genuine or a ruse.
Both of us, or just her?
Any of you, in all honesty, if you want to. Otherwise, you're free to take it as however you'd like. But they No, seems like Mina, you're unsure, but Mythic, you can hear genuine notes of concern of actually checking out the well-being of the pony that's with them.
Slaves are a good indication of what their owners like.
The trooper in front would turn and just nod to the commander before turning back. Okay. They he'd poke his head back up. Earth ponies, or and you two back there in the bundles. Have they been caring for you? Have you eaten? How are you fed? Or are you? Have you had drink?
Yeah, have you ate? Have you drank?
I'm good. Yep, no issues.
Sunrise literally just reaches under the cloak, pulls up a canteen, and takes a sip from it. Like that's perfectly normal.
They just nod. Oh, wonderful! You're even letting them have their own water. This is good. This is good. We're trying to make.
Oh, kind of work is what Sunrise doesn't. Oh, we're doing that. Pulls out a tankard.
A little too much gilding the lily.
Mythic's just.
Please roll. Look at that. Please roll bluff with a +20.
Narrow his eyes and just kind of, yeah, we treat our slaves real well.
So you wanted me to roll bluff with a +20?
Yes. As you just proceed to pull out a tankard.
Okay.
They are just fantastic, and they're just chill.
Thank God he didn't roll a 100, because if he did, I'm sure when he pulls out the tanker, like 3 gold bars would have fallen out.
Yeah.
I mean, no, at that, I would have just sold it off as there are packed mules.
Oh God, they'd have bought that too, because gold is heavy as fuck. Oh, they'd have bought that too. God.
That also explains. This will also explain why Sunrise's heavy clanking everywhere.
Yeah, she's not exactly going to be subtle.
That was the other thing I was going to point out too. Like, okay, we're going to toss a blanket over the miniature tank. How many mares in this wasteland are miniature tanks?
I'm sorry, but if the British in the desert can convince the Germans that tanks are trucks and trucks are tanks,
This happened. This happened?
Yes.
Yeah. This is actually a thing that happened in real life.
Story time.
Maybe real life was the enemy all along.
Not really aware that they passed off trucks as tanks and tanks as trucks.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it was a part of the ruse to get the Germans out of position. So when we started the counteroffensive in North Africa, it actually stood a half a chance.
It's similarly why they created a bunch of full-size inflatable tanks that they posted somewhere to make the Germans think they were going to invade.
Pas de Calais, and that was Patton's first army when he was in England. His army they gave him in England was a army of radios and inflatable vehicles.
Yes.
That's amazing.
Princess Celestia, today I learned.
The Germans used to drag boards behind their vehicles or bushes or whatever. They could have chain or barbed wire to create more dust so that even their trucks look like tanks.
That's genius.
I mean, when you look at some of the crazy that happened in World War II, it's just like, how the fuck did you pull that off?
Oh, yeah, anyway, as you drag the inflatable army with you, apparently, and they just absolutely buy the insanity that's going on. They, nod, turn away from you, chat amongst themselves for a moment, and the one greener-looking trooper would be like, all right, unless you need any help for anything, you're free to make your way through. Farewell, good unicorns and good passengers.
Yeah. Thanks. Is there any communities around here? I'm just making conversation as I'm walking.
In before we end up taking a trip to South Shore.
Mina, please roll bluff.
Oh yeah, this should be good.
You had to push your luck.
Could I tap her with an 8 another? Oh no, I don't think I'd still make it.
I will let you roll bluff to try and I'll let you roll bluff to try and turn that into a near pass.
God damn.
See, there you go.
Wait, shit. I get the luck. Wait,
go ahead.
I get the luck bonus. I don't know if that's still a crit, but I get the luck bonus because she is within 1 movement range of me.
Sunrise, yeah.
You're not going to crit off of a 14. You absolute no.
Damn it, no. Luck is not a dumb
You
stat.
can't sneak attack them with bluff. But
yes, I can.
That's almost 9 degrees of success. So I will let you try and interrupt real quick to offset this.
He kind of steps in. We're new to the area. I can't honestly think of any other cover for this. And honestly, that just sounds like the best thing to say right now is just we're new to the area.
The trooper stops for a minute and looks the two of you over, and there's just a small kind of chorus of ohs from a lot of them. I'm like, oh yeah, we thought you were Shorians just out for a walk, or out for a walk with your Earth ponies. But no, why we were going to express some concern and confusion why you were outside the safety of the walls. But no, if you're new to the area, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, they motion in the direction of South Shore. Past this way, it seems the two of you seem to fit the metropolitan tastes of the area, and you're unicorns, which is helpful. There's a community of like-minded individuals. We have water, technology, food, agriculture, schools, infrastructure, learning.
Racism.
What?
No, it is a what?
Okay, well that last one, for some reason I heard the burning, and I'm like, what?
No, that was somebody else saying that.
That was Shadow. We're trying to be a smart ass.
Got it.
Like, yes, we the town was funded with some unicorn ideals in mind, but at the same point in time, the Earth ponies and some of the stray Pegasi who live there, as well as some of the others, they're well taken care of. There's mandates on everything. If you do too much harm to one of them, you can be subject to fines and punishment. They must be fed. They must be clothed, groomed. They must actually be taken care of. You can't work them to death. But no, it's a relatively good place to live and grow a family, and he kind of speaks up. And if you work hard, Earth Ponies, you can become free pawns and own your own little plots of land and property. The guard in front is kind of beaming a little bit, turns back to the captain, just with the smile. It's like, did I do good? Meanwhile, Chifundo and Nyota, will the two of you give me a perception check, just to see if you can hear any of this?
Same bonus as before?
No, just a +1. They're not exactly being quiet, but you're still a bit of ways away for sound.
And that'd be against a 5, so fail by 3.
No, I gave you both a +1 for...
Yes, but I have a -1 to hearing, remember?
Oh, right. Alright, so you can only make out the odd sporadic burst of excitement from them, but otherwise it mostly seems like just casual, sedate conversation. And is... Chifundo's still away. I'll just have him... I'll just hop back to his turn if he wants to do anything then. Yeah, Haze and Sunrise, what are you doing throughout all of this? Are you just kind of keeping your heads down still, waiting for them to finish, or are you trying to interject at all?
Just waiting for them to finish. No better than to speak. Sunrise assumes that knowing better than to speak right now is a good idea.
Okay.
Because one of the guards might recognize her voice as they might have been on the wall at the time, and that would not be good.
Hayes pulls out a fresh carrot and starts munching on it.
Ah, excellent. You have food and drink. They are very pleased by this. Your temporary disposition with this group of guards has been increased by 1.
Also, Hetty's back.
Hetty, please, Shifundo, please give me a perception check with a +1 bonus. This is audio-based, not sight-based.
That is a fail by 2.
Okay, so you and Nyota are both able to make out, sporadic loud bursts as they talk a bit, shout kind of excitedly or turn back highlights of conversations, but you can't make out the bulk of it, unfortunately. Still, you're able to keep the leader in your sights, but they don't really seem to be doing anything hostile. They just seem to be chatting, and the group is kind of the little squad is pulling their way over to one side, almost as if they're like, "Yeah, just go around. You're good to go."
Thank you.
Yeah, Mythic, are you going to say anything or just take your leave?
Well, I think he'll nod at them. He'll kind of smile and say, "All right, y'all have a good evening. We're going to be on our way," and he'll just kind of take his leave.
They just looked at a lot of you. Not planning to visit South Shore today, or do you have other places you need to be?
Well, what direction is South Shore in?
The opposite direction of where you're going. It's not said with an angry or a grilling tone, just more of like, "Oh, you don't want to come to the Fair City?" Aw.
He kind of looks thoughtful, like he's kind of considering it before just shrugging. We're a little pressed for time. Perhaps some other time I might consider visiting. I'd like to visit with other unicorns. Perhaps I might land some new spells.
It is a wonderful, thriving community for spellcraft. But yeah, we understand. No, it's fine. Do what you need to. And let me see if I can just grab all of them. Excellent. The group just moves off to the side. Unfortunately, they tend to move in the direction of that one node that Sunrise would have, but otherwise they just kind of motion you on through. You're good to pass, travelers. Please be well and make sure that you keep your Earth ponies fed and hydrated.
Of course. Thank you.
Hold on. Let me see if they are able. No, it's not able to stop themselves. And as you're about halfway out, they just kind of holler out, and remember, if you get any Pegasi to clip their wings.
You can't help it. Yeah, I was gonna say, Mina's like, yeah, I don't disagree with that one.
All this talk of the welfare of the slaves.
Well, it's hard to take care of them if they keep escaping. Anyways,
He's right, you know.
They let you pass. You're able to make your way on through, and it's, you're a good 15, 20 miles away from them by the time it starts getting dark. Would you all press to keep going further, or?
I mean, Chifundo would sort of keep tabs on things until the group was out of sight, and then follow Nyota down.
Okay.
Nyota would follow with the group as they're leaving, just gradually working his way down the path to meet back up with them.
Okay. And after about an hour, the four of you are well out of eye shot of the small squad.
Okay.
Well, that wasn't too bad.
I don't know if it's more disturbing that they're not nearly as bad as we thought they were, but yet they're still bad.
Yeah, I definitely got that feel.
How did it go?
They care that we feed and water our earth ponies. But yet want to make sure that all Pegasus have their wings clipped. I'm not sure I disagree with that one, but
Wince at that one.
Nyota looks at everybody, walks over to Sunrise, and gives her a good hug.
Hugs him
and
back.
all the more reason.
I am so glad that they bought it hook, line, and sinker.
What were they talking to you about? They looked a bit twitchy at points.
They were making sure the slaves were well taken care of.
yeah, that's the part that I find kind of slightly disturbing.
They also seemed quite enthusiastic about their town, especially when they learned that we were not from the area.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, when you think about it, slaves are an investment, and it pays to not treat them as disposable labor.
I know, right?
Sorry, I have mostly just, few slavers I run into in my life to go by when it comes to that, so.
Oh yeah, nice move with the tankard, by the way.
Yeah, it's just like almost overplayed it there, Mythic, for like 5 seconds, but I'm glad they bought it.
Hayes, you mean?
No, the whole comment of asking where South Shore was.
That was me.
Well, I started it by going, where the nearest settlements were, and I just kind of played along with it. And I wanted to make sure that they don't get, too pushy or suspicious that we, for some reason, didn't want to visit their fair unicorn town.
Yeah. Just glad it all worked, and hopefully they bought it with line and sinker and won't even bother to include it in the report.
Oh, Mina floats over Sunrise's leash over to Nyota.
Can we take these off now?
I mean, I don't know. I don't mind having a leash.
I assume who put them on you? I mean, don't you have the key?
No.
You don't have the key.
Nope.
So how do we get them off?
Just wonder, face hoofs. You put a collar on yourself and you don't have the key for it.
Well, at the time, Shorty's the one that kind of picked the lock. I was just holding on to them because I thought they might be good parts.
Yeah.
Hey, so let's try and put a little bit more distance between them and us.
Oh, they're shot collars. They won't explode.
That's good to know. I was intending to just keep us traveling for a while. Anybody with lights, go ahead and give us a little bit of a look ahead of what we're dealing with, because
I cast Sun.
Note: Mina puts her helmet back on.
Why are we
good.
box of family friendliness the whole damn map?
Because a lot of you are like, no, you just stay in the color. No, it's fine. But you know what? No. I'm just going to box of family friendliness the whole goddamn map.
I feel
They're
like killing the
slave
two in your
colors.
room.
They're not fun colors. Okay, well maybe they're both, but
They're shot collars, so you know. Anyways, yes, we shall be going. I cast Sun at 0.5.
But it's confirmed, folks. This punch is crazy.
just remember the safe word is whoa.
That Hayes was smart enough not to actually latch the collars.
We can say that between you and Shorty, the locks were jimmied into a. You can close them, but you can't latch them.
Okay.
So they're
That
vanity
said,
items now.
you can't latch them. So you can either try and keep them so you had to security pick them open, or you can just sabotage the lock. It'll still close; it just won't lock.
Sounds good.
Okay.
I mean, if it's an issue, I'm sure my lockpicking skill of 21 will get it done.
I got skeleton keys, so
That would shock your coat into a shag rug.
Hey, buddies!
which a Bundo virus is taking over.
So I think Hayes will fidget with them a little bit, and then they both just kind of pop off. So, there we go.
All right, so you wiggle past them. You're pretty good. But yeah, by the time you get where the dumpster is, it's dark enough that you need light to see, but not so dark that you're worried you're going to be eaten by a grue.
Well, I was worried that, that they were following us, but, they won't see that big sunlight coming from somebody's arm.
I mean, Sorry.
I was just going to say, even if they were following you, the second someone casts daylight, they're just like, nope, we're good.
Don't want to mess with that. That is beyond my pay grade.
I mean, it's not like it's unreasonable for a unicorn to use light.
I don't use light, though. I use Celestia's sun.
It's not quite Sunlance, but it's also not quite Sunlance.
It just proves they weren't wearing any paper horns.
So, what happens if you put a magnifying glass in front of Mythic's horn?
You should do that and find out.
Heat ray.
Are we literally going to try and do the mirrors and sunlight to burn a ship down?
No, but we could use it to light a fire.
Do we have a magnifying glass between the lot of us?
Sunrise
You've
literally
got
pulls
glasses.
one out.
Yeah, I was going to say spoiler. As long as someone is nearsighted, you have contact. You have a magnifying glass.
Hello.
Also, points at Scopolamina. She's literally wearing glasses, Mythic, for a reason.
Oh, I thought those were just for show. I mean, they look pretty good.
I'm glad my handiwork looks good.
I mean, it literally just points at Sunrise like that.
Sunrise is right now has a needle and thread in her hooves and is working on something that looks like it's made of a combination of leather and latex and spandex.
Oh, kinky. Hayes just settles off in a corner and starts reading a book.
I'm making swimsuits.
More questions.
If we're going to a place that has irradiated water, hopefully, we can, go for a swim and relax.
Here's hoping, but
I suppose.
if you guys need me, I'm gonna take a minute to just meditate. It's been a long day.
I was just hoping for some time in the sun, but obviously that's not a problem around Mythic here.
Proud smile.
Well, at least he's in some small way bright.
Oh! Sunrise, let me have this.
Oh, I'm letting you have it. I was just. She turns to Mythic and nudges his shoulder. I'm messing with you. You're smarter than you look.
Not sure if that helps.
Letting him have it with both barrels. When did you get so sassy?
I've always been sassy, Naoto. The difference being I've been a little more subtle about it in the past. I figured if we were going to relax, I wouldn't be as subtle.
I don't know. I personally like this Sunrise better.
I mean, fair, but just hadn't really noticed it being quite so. For a second there, it just seemed mean-spirited, but...
Yes, but in my book of things, when we start making fun of each other, we genuinely actually like each other. Or am I wrong about that? About how much we teased Alguassel, Markerlight, Quickstitch, each other, Scapola, and, well, everyone that's ever traveled with us, really. We teased Soot about being short, and she's not even a grown-up yet.
I mean, fair, and also fair, so...
go ahead.
I just figure that, raising tensions this close to the unicorn supremacists is not necessarily my idea of a good time.
Fair. Go ahead, Skull.
In all fairness, I was worried that they might say, how much for our Earth Pony. So I had a plan for that. She goes over to Sunrise and she lifts the cloak up over her striped leg. I was just going to say, this one's been soiled by a zebra. You wouldn't want it.
Ooh. Man, I wish I would have thought of that.
Oh, that would have been a luck roll.
I'm gonna step away from the group and just find a nice soft patch of
stop
ground
it.
and just start to meditate, cause
Go meditate. Go do your thing. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Fuss bucket.
Like
too much sass for his ass.
Linzabi, that was way too loud. Thank you.
It was a fine volume for me.
Yeah, sounded normal to me.
No, that was loud for me. For some reason, I have Lunzabi way the hell up.
Well, that's on your end, not mine.
Once again, Hayes is just calmly reading his book.
While I'm thinking about it, as Nyota walks off, Mythic's gonna raise his hoof and call over. Oh, hey, Nyota, I know you're not a spellcaster. You probably know your own breathing tricks, but I can teach you some of my own that I use to keep focused during spellcasting. It might help you calm your nerves and keep, going in combat. And outside, for that matter.
Nyota's gonna crack a grin and look at Mythic, and just sidle over with a bit of a more intrigued look. So, what you're saying is you want to teach me how to fight?
I'm not going to teach you how to fight, but we did have a sparring match that we said we'd do.
All right. That'd be as good of a workout and meditation session as I could think of for right now.
Oh, Moon. Mina wants to try and whip up some popcorn for this.
Do you have corn?
I have no idea. We've got so much different kinds of weird things from rations and...
Just have Sunrise pull it out of her ear.
Just make me a luck check.
Do I get my Explorer bonus on this?
Oh, for fuck's sake, yes, you would. God damn it.
Can I just say there is also a pony in the party of fucking Hellfire?
You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. The lot of you stumble upon a campsite, and that's where you decide to break for camp. And as you're rummaging around at a thing, Scapola Mina, you find, roll me a D-fucking-20.
Nat 20, nat 20, nat 20, nat 20.
You find what appears to be a small canvas shopping bag, and inside of there are the labels have since faded from time, but you recognize these through Philly Scout stories as these fabled single serve pre-packaged over the fire popcorn containers.
There we go. Perfect.
You find 7 containers of instant popcorn.
Poofy Pod.
Yes, you find seven containers of Huffy Pop.
We make popcorn for the fight.
So you want to spar here and now?
I'm gonna just... You know what? Popcorn. Sure. Popcorn. Let's watch this.
Sure. We need to be familiarized with each other's styles, so might as well figure out how we're going to work together in combat.
With or without magic?
Up to you, but non-lethal only.
I could go lethal and then revive you. I'm not going to do that here, though.
Why do you always have to up the ante?
I'm not gonna lie, that is a power move. That's also capital, but that's also dick with a capital D.
You really wish to go with lethal?
We really don't want to have to be putting either of you back together.
Yeah, it's just chill out.
I was kidding. I don't feel like getting taken apart limb by limb, thank you. At least, not today.
Keep it in the sheep, boys.
Sighs and shakes her head. Yep, this is going to be good. She reaches over, pulls out a Sparkle Cola and pops it. This is going to be freaking gold.
Do you take a hooful of that popcorn?
Yep.
Oh, it's so salty.
Offers Mina another one of the Sparkle Cola.
We tap.
You know what? Nyota, since Nyota and Mythic, since the two of you are right next to each other in initiative order, both of you roll me just a D2. Whoever's higher, I'm just going to switch.
Coin toss. Ah.
Well.
Okay, I don't have to touch the initiative tracker in the slightest.
So, are we taking bets?
Oh no, I'm not betting on this one.
Alright, so Sunrise, you just sit, crack open a cola, get yourself a
Can we take a
salty
brief intermission
popcorn.
before they start?
Oh no, that's fine. I'm scrolling down through everyone and then going to call for break. Chifundo, you're calling for bets? You're setting up?
Chifundo is just gonna kind of sit down, close his eyes, and just be chill while all this is going off. Way too much testosterone for his liking.
Alright, Hayes.
He starts getting out the medical supplies.
If you need it, Sunrise has got the needle on thread.
Sunrise is going to keep sewing a swimsuit. Taking hooffuls of popcorn and a swig of sodas every once in a while.
And Mina, you have enough popcorn for everybody. Yep, we're gonna start with Nyota's turn, but let's take a quick break.
Alright, I will be right back. I actually have to
need a beer.
Same. To be continued.
Did we take a break or?
I think we are, yes.
Okay.
Yes, he called a break.
Good, making sure.
Well. Sparring session after getting past the cordon.
And I'm back.
Welcome back. Yep. Good thing Mythic decided not to go lethal.
Well, I mean, Nyota's just going to make sure to take off the armor and the shield talisman.
Mm-hmm.
Surprise, we have 2 open slots tonight.
Oh?
As long as they do not actually manage to kill the other, Hayes can patch them back up. Maybe with non-original parts, but it can be done.
I'm just curious as to what Mythic's armor is minus 20 DT.
Well, if you're interested, Adagio, Hayes still has a unused, technically 2 unused spell matrix, but one is dead and the other is drained. So if we could charge one, we could certainly take care of South Shore.
I mean, to be completely fair, Nyota's inner monologue with Ember is, the fact that this city even still exists is leaving Nyota with the distinct urge to sneak in and then do his utmost to sabotage the reactors and see the South Shore turn into a bright flash, brighter than the sun, for a few instants.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to destroy the Mako reactors, is what you're saying?
No, he wants to make Chernobyl look like a candlestick.
Same difference.
So, how did our relaxing game at the beach turn into the WWF?
Yeah. That's a good question.
The subtle reminder that in this world, Nazis still exist and haven't been eradicated.
No. The WWF, the World Wrestling Federation.
Oh, that's not a WWE.
Well, whatever. I'm going by when I was young.
Yeah, I know. They got sued by the World Wildlife Fund, which uses WWF.
I was more referring to the boxing match.
No, I thought it was the World Women Foundation that didn't want them using the
I think you're right. I think it was some
abbreviation anymore, so they changed the WWE.
No, it was the World Wildlife Foundation.
Yeah. It was those guys.
It had to be in a group that was around longer.
Yeah, the World Wildlife Foundation's been around well before the WWF, the World Wrestling Federation, was a thing.
Yeah.
And answer Miss, it'd be freeing all of the slaves from the bonds of their mortal coil, so I see it as morally gray.
So you see this as an absolute win.
I mean, it's unfortunate for the slaves that I wouldn't be able to get them out, but at the same point, it's better than being slaves anymore.
I don't know. I feel like if Sunrise were to just walk in, detonate an anti-magic grenade or something, and then walk out, I'm pretty sure everything would just sort itself out.
Hey, wait a minute. I've got a perfect idea. I just need to make an absolute metric buttload of witchbane.
Ooh.
You're welcome.
Somebody poisoned the water hole.
Now suddenly, all those unicorns can't make shit happen. Oh yeah.
Unicorns can do anything, almost anything any of the other races can do, but better. God damn! Once you run out of strain, you're done.
And then suddenly the Earth Pony slaves see that the unicorns can't magic. Oh noes.
Doesn't take much magic to push the button on a bomb or shot collar.
Yeah, remember, all of their electronics will still be happening, so anti-magic grenade, anti-magic bomb, just anything that shuts down magic in general.
You all do realize that they put magic into a rifle.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
I have 4 of them. Well, technically I have like 8 of them, but a few of them are alien made, so they won't really count. I don't know if they're actually magic.
See,
Okay.
this is why.
Scapola, this is just for you. I went and made popcorn.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
Sadly,
I
all I
got
have is
popcorn.
sunflower seeds. So
Yeah, I went and got popcorn too.
And no, Snips, this isn't like we're not starting a fight with South Shore. These are just like personal plans that I'm kind of cooking up.
no, because we all know the real races of the Pegasus. So
Okay, well, they're next. That would require me to learn the Thunder Spell.
I mean, let's face it, South Shore is one small community. All of the sky is controlled by the Pegasus.
Maybe if I were to just whip up a giant tornado and toss it at them hard enough. Or just cast gravity. That works too.
Hmm.
Or we just find out what it takes to charge a spell matrix.
I can do that.
Hmm?
Don't know.
Shadow?
Yes.
Oh, hey, Spec.
So otherwise, how's everybody else doing?
Doing pretty good. Having fun.
Cool bean.
I'm kind of excited that we got to play this tonight.
Oh yeah.
I am here.
Quarter to 11 at night, the right time for basement karaoke.
Basement karaoke.
Yes, my neighbors are apparently having a party in the basement, and it is difficult to hear.
Ah. Key.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Moon, several of us have got popcorn for the upcoming main event. And real
Excellent.
life.
Yeah, I do not have popcorn. I was trying to find some, so I'm just going to settle for a couple of cold cans of beer.
That works.
Next best thing.
There's some like light air pop stuff, but it tastes like ass.
Yeah. Like I was okay. So, just a reminder: as long as you don't actually kill each other, Hayes should be able to put you back together again, even if it requires using non-manufacturer parts.
Okay.
Noted with concern.
All right. That said, since we still have all the group in initiative, I'm going to just give you all the option of just eating popcorn and watch, or if you want to actually interfere. Otherwise, Nyota, it's your turn. You get to open the bout.
Well, before the bout even starts, Nyota's going to take off the shield talisman in his armor. Because they agreed to non-lethal. Wearing armor would just kind of, well, ruin the sparring match at this point.
Sunrise makes an all, but understands.
Mina just whistles.
I'm going to say she's not happy to see her man in all his glory.
She's not happy because he's not using the armor she made for him.
Yeah, remember this is Sunrise we're talking about here. She probably gets off more on seeing the well armor rather than the pony underneath. Or maybe it's the combination thereof.
Can't it just be both? Can't she just be excited to see him?
This is acceptable.
Come on, Mystic. Strip.
Oh, well, now I feel like this is less of a spar and more of a strip. But alrighty then. And at that, he is going to slowly manage to take off that heavy armor of his.
I mean, to be fair, not that it would do much good.
Remember, this is Sunrise armor.
Yeah.
With his bare hooves, Nyota can pen Sunrise's armor.
How?
Minus 20 DT and a base attack damage of 34.
Oh, you're saying with the thing and the thing you can... Yeah, on average you should be able to get like a few points through.
Like, not enough to do a lot of damage, but it's definitely going to be notable.
I don't know about you, but Sunrise made Mina's armor very comfortable, so.
But as the bout starts, I would step in close and throw a pair of punches just to see how he's feeling.
We using actual attack rolls, or are we going to be doing stat rolls like we did with Martini?
Nope. Let's actually attack. Let's actually have a proper sparring fight.
Oh shit.
And by a couple, I mean 5 in rapid succession. That's a crit.
I swear to the goddesses that this is just going to be a turn 1. I didn't even get to ready my parry.
And there's a crit.
There we go. There we go.
But still, that's on the fifth throw.
I was gonna say. That said, I'm going to say that the Sunrise bonuses don't apply to either of you at this point in time, or they apply to both of you at this point in time. That way, it's even across the board.
I mean, that's fair. Those are still natural crits.
No, that's I hadn't looked at the thing yet. I wasn't sure if it was with or without. I'm just saying either with or without, but it needs to be unanimous. But yeah, that's a 4 and a 5. 2 of those are gonna hurt like hell.
Not the horde.
Oh, do you want to go with the number flip where the attack is, or do you just want to go with standard shots?
I mean, if you want to do the number flip, both of those crits are torsos.
No, I'm asking you if you want. I'm not saying you have to.
I mean, I'm game either way. Like, Mythic, what do you want?
I am not sure what the difference is. What do you mean number flip?
The number flip basically means that 67 would land on a hit zone of 76, the 4 would land on a hit zone of 40, the 78 would be an 87, and the 5 would be a 50.
The random hit chance things. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, hit location table.
Add down either or. I'm not a fan of RNG, but I'm down with flip with the random hit locations.
Okay, then I was going to say then we won't worry about it, and you'll just go general attacks. If you don't want to deal with the additional RNG, that's fine.
It's fine with me. Might be a few less numbers to worry about too.
Just agree, not the face, not the face.
Not the nose or the horn, please.
Okay. First hit. Standard crit is ×2, if I remember correctly, for melee and unarmed.
Yeah, it's ×2.
That's the second hit.
I think that's down.
Wait, what?
Yeah, no armor, no DT, 202 health. Unless I'm missing something.
Well, yes, it's doing non-lethal. So, with it, there are 2 HP tracks, and you can power through this if you want to. I'll leave this up to a lot of you. But burning through all of burning through all of the non-lethal HP would put you in a fairly disoriented state, but you wouldn't exactly be down. You would need to make an endurance check to stay conscious, but you wouldn't be down. You could keep going and go through the lethal hit points. But you'd be pretty staggered either way if you want to try and soldier through.
Well, definitely try and soldier through, although I feel like with the next 3 hits, with one of them being a crit. Just 2 hits, because the last one was a crit. There's a crit fail. But we'll see if I manage to make it.
I was gonna say, do you have any natural DT?
From nothing. Nope.
And unfortunately, even if he did, Iota negates 20 DT.
Yeah, that's fine. Or not natural DT, natural DR.
Oh yeah, no.
I'm gonna be honest here and say that after the second hit connects, he's still just gonna follow through, but he's gonna pull his punches.
Okay. So then just roll the second one, or roll the third as normal and divide it by 2, and then just roll the other one without criticaling it.
So this is what it's like to get bodied in a fighting game.
Okay, and then another 85 points.
And since we're in the woods, I'm going to say the last throw that Iota did winds up punching into a tree.
Did you just anime protagonist him through a tree?
Spot dodge to hell and back.
Okay, Iota, please roll me a strength check. I'm going to roll an endurance check for the tree.
Oh dear.
You do not take it down, but you do crack the tree. There's essentially just a large fist-sized gouge going through it. Or not hoof-sized, fuck. That said, Mythic, he's open.
It took 5 swings for Mythic to realize dodging is not a complicated skill.
To be fair, the only kind of training in the world that prepares you for getting punched in the face is to get punched in the face.
And by the way, Moon, I still have 15 AP left.
He's got enough for a Shoryuken.
So, how do we want to rule that? Because what I was going to do is, after punching the tree, I'm going to prepare for a parry, but I was going to do it at a penalty. Your decision for how much that's going to be.
Well, you just had to swing, you just had to momentum yourself through a tree. So any parry attempt you're going to make is going to be, I'll say at a -50 since you're very unstable at the moment.
Fair.
That's a Mythic. You are good to swing.
Do I need to make an endurance check to stay standing after that barrage?
I'm going to say no for this turn, just so you actually have a chance to do something. But remember that you have all of those buffs from early. No, it's... Did you pop those right before talking with them, or did you pop them at the beginning of the day?
I popped them right before I went to talk to them, and I think the spell lasts for several hours because my potency and versatility is yes.
It was which spell? Or which spells?
Precognition, which I believe lasts for eons, and then alter physiology.
Oh wait, I didn't realize you had precognition active. Fuck. Alright, that's fine. Precog is not. Combat precognition or just precognition?
Regular precognition.
Okay, so that should be in battle magic.
The catch all instantly pass any check almost, pretty much.
Manipulation. Okay. What was the other one?
And then alter physiology.
Oh, okay.
I typed them in up here, yeah.
Yeah, I know. I just don't have it at the top. Is it advanced or expert?
Expert for the double bonus.
You're fine. That is going to that will last you for 33 hours.
It's on into the next day.
Your potency is 11, right?
Potency is 9 currently.
Oh, sorry. 27 hours.
So, still tomorrow.
Okay, so you're fine. I just wasn't sure if those are still there or not. But yeah,
charisma and perception for the alter phys.
All right, you are good to go then.
So he's going to be kind of reeling from those punches. This is a whole lot different than the various others he is chained against. And now he's going to go in for the counterattack here. One, two, and then ready's a parry. How much AP was it, parry?
Parry's 15, I believe, but I thought you have more AP than that.
Oh yeah, I have 70 AP, but it's essentially my strategy is essentially slash parry and block if I can do that. I keep forgetting he has a buckler. He has had a steel buckler this entire time that he could be using.
Oh, I didn't know that. That would have been important to mention multiple times.
Well, I mean, it actually hasn't been all that useful. I haven't been in a combat situation or any other situation for that matter where that would have been useful.
Fair enough. All right, so roll your attack damage. Yeah,
yeah, roll for both because Nyota fails to parry the first strike.
I think I have all the math on that right. Oh yes, and oh no, that's right, non-lethal. I do bleed and fire damage.
Yeah, you don't get those if the sheath is still on. Also, I'm not making use of the crippling rule, so...
Yeah, I was going to say, Nyota, both of these strikes are very warm.
Fucking how?
Yeah, his swings hurt. And then he readies a parry and a riposte as well.
You only swang once. Or you only roll damage once.
No, he rolled
twice.
both of those.
88 and 82.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm just going to take Skipper Peanut Gallery comments. Sunrise, you just chewing that popcorn.
Nyota, stop holding back. God, you only broke one tree.
I'm not trying to kill him, love.
Leave the trees alone.
I'm gonna have to make good on that anyway. Lightly pats the trunk. Sorry about that.
Let's see, Shifundo says don't hit the trees. Haze, just...
I can patch them both up. Don't feel any need to hold back. Just don't kill each other.
Stretch it out. You're taking too. It's just going too fast. I want to see more sweat.
Rude.
I mean, she's been away from Wicker for a while. It's not her fault.
I mean, fair.
Wow, we really need to convince Wicker to stick with us.
So now it's Thirsty Mina.
But then we'd have two medics.
Oh, hey, maybe then you'll be more reckless.
Finally, almost enough medics for the party.
One medic for the party, one medic for the town we just destroyed.
So, seeing as it's my go again, Nyota is going to step slightly to the side and in before throwing out a buck.
Okay.
God damn, my one weakness.
I think last time we saw him do this, he put some pony's head into orbit.
Oof, should have dodged.
And I'm going to aim specifically for the buckler.
I hope Mythic doesn't need that arm anymore.
Is that a disarm check?
No, this is a buck.
I mean, it's kind of both in this instance.
But if I remember correctly, cold shots to the limb suffer a minus.
Yeah, cold shots to the
for
limb have
melee?
a... Yeah, because it's just -5 to the torso. So you've got a -10 on that, and I need to look up shield real
But
quick.
give the plus 15.
Hey, boss.
Yeah, so you're only at a +5. Yeah.
Why am I suddenly getting images of Team Mythic blasting off again?
Yeah, I'm getting similar vibes.
Empty. Just a heads up, melee and unarmed suffer half the penalty for cold shots.
Literally in their face throwing a punch.
Yep, because you have more control over where the action is going as opposed to a bullet, which you can aim it as best you can, but it's still affected by outside forces.
That said, that's why Sunrise's most of her attacks are to who it may concern.
What
Her
kind of
explosions
buckler?
are a service announcement for this side of Equestria.
Mythic. What kind of buckler?
Steel buckler.
Steel? Okay.
Now, here's the next question. Does a unicorn actually wear the buckler, or do they float it?
He's wearing his.
Okay.
You can do both, but I have been told that it enacts a penalty on your swings due to holding both of your magic and essentially counting as dual wielding.
Yep.
2. Let's see.
Dual wielding is so passe.
Quad wielding is where it's at.
Okay. So Nyota, I just had to look up the block rule, the passive block rules real quick. Since this is a passive block, not an active one, the steel buckler gives a block chance of 20%, so you effectively have a minus 20 to hit him. But that all said, that still puts you at what, an unarmed skill of around 90?
Well,
actually, because Buck gives a plus 15 to hit value, that takes me down to 111.
Well, you have a
Hang
total.
on.
You have a total. Well, you have a total penalty of 30 because you're specifically aiming and then block. But you have plus 15 from Buck, which brings the overall penalty to just negative 15, and you're at least over your unarmed skill by. I'm going to say it's at least 15 in total. Yes. I think
It's
you're on
26 points.
26. Okay, 26. Yeah. So even with all of that, you need to crit fail.
I will add in how the passive block chance works is if he manages to hit.
Good
God.
That's not the crit fail.
It's the 20% chance of negating that. Crit. That's gonna hurt.
Mythic,
regardless.
Mythic, do you have a parachute handy?
Oh yeah, that shield did not block worth crap.
Okay, I think you killed Mythic.
Shall I count up the damage?
Now, Nyota.
Yes.
I'm going to give you one of two options. That was your buck attack. That was not the critical buck.
That was the damage roll for the Buck. Yes.
Okay, that was not with the critical.
I have not calculated it with the critical, but it'd be 2.5 times that with the crit.
Okay, so you are still pulling damage, so you can choose to leave that without the critical damage and not kill him, or you can apply the critical damage and kill him. The option is yours.
I'm gonna avoid killing a party member, but instead, because I was aiming for the buckler, I'd say it's pretty well fucked until Sunrise can get it to a
No, it's
workbench.
destroyed.
As
No,
a
it's
side note,
destroyed.
side note,
okay.
Shields don't negate damage. They just have a 20% chance of providing additional melee DT.
That, yes. In which case, it didn't do that here, unless it's an active block.
Yeah, I was reading the block thing incorrectly because it has
But I'm
not come up
assuming-
in a long ass time.
I'm assuming Nyota just shattered the buckler and sent Mythic flying with birds and stars around his head and curly cues for eyes.
So, Nyota, would you like to, or would you like me to?
You know what? I'm gonna let you. Actually, no. As Nyota steps up, he shakes his head at Mythic, and as he's swinging around, gets a good look at where the buckler is, and lashes out with both of his hind hooves, striking directly on the connecting point for the bracer, the straps on the outside of the shield, and winces as he feels the shield start to come undone under the force of his blow. Doing his best to hold back as he feels the buckler warp and deform, and eventually the metal just comes apart with a shriek and strain of shattering glass.
Nyota and Mythic, I need you both to roll luck.
I really want to use my precog, but I think this is going to be funnier.
I pass by 2.
Okay, Mythic, you do not have your limb crippled. The shield is able. Yes, that strike to the buckler does not shatter the bones in the buckler leg. Nyota is able to angle enough of his momentum to impart the majority of the kinetic force directly into the shield. Still hurts like a motherfucker, but
I mean, Mythic did probably get 360'd onto his ass from the blow.
And then, yeah, Mythic, you are struck hard.
I say it just kind of lifts him up and just cartwheels him onto his back.
Out of curiosity, would Mythic get knocked prone from this?
That is up to him. He is technically, rules as written, he is dead right now. So, Mythic, what happens to you as you get ragdolled through the air?
Shit, I can't see those lurks because we might get copyright. Ah! No, the shield's gonna get struck. Does it shatter? Does it just absolutely shatter?
The shield is destroyed. It is effectively 3 pieces of scrap metal right now.
There's just this look of sheer shock as Nyota flips around and bucks him. Blade just sees the buck and is just like, I wasn't prepared for this. Hits the shield, it shatters, and there's enough lifting force that it just scoops him up and just causes him to just fly back about maybe a foot, I don't know. Over
looking in general.
Gotcha.
Those poor boxers, what did they ever do to them?
Yeah, that's it right there. Yep, nope, he just gets sent flying right back, shards of shield everywhere, and he just lands square on his back.
Well, with that, Nyota's actually going to move over and make to pin Mythic.
Out like a light.
Nyota, you attempt to pin Mythic, but as you realize he's all but unconscious, no, it's just basically light snuggling at this point.
Well, seeing as he's unconscious, I'm going to look up over at Medicinal Haze, and I think I broke him.
That's all right. I will unbreak him.
I an adult.
I think that sentence alone is a little more terrifying than almost anything I've ever said.
What, I'm going to unbreak him?
Nyota, I broke him. Hayes, I will unbreak him.
Insert creepy diabolical smile and rubbing of hooves.
Yeah, I think at this point, Hayes will look over Mythic and just go, fuck it. Pulls out a super rejuvenation potion and pours it down his throat.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious that the dice just... Wow.
Hey, he only takes 2 pride damage!
Sunrise is going to walk over to Nyota. Did you break him?
Mina's going to walk over and float up some of the parts of the broken shield. Go, Nah, just parts of them.
Now it is gonna blink at Mythic and then everybody else and snuggle up to Sunrise and just... I wasn't trying to hurt him.
Okay. So, Mythic, you are healed 223 points.
Oh boy, I think that brings me back to consciousness. Only just.
We just write this off to stress over unicorns.
Stress over unicorns and putting Sunrise putting her, existence at risk yet again.
What do you mean putting my existence at risk?
Being anywhere near ponies from South Shore.
Look, we know I can't snake.
No, but we could have added a couple days onto the track and just taken our time going around the bypass.
And they might have already seen us, gotten suspicious we were avoiding them, and chased us down. Now they have no reason to come looking for us.
I mean, in all honesty, I think we could have just walked up to them as a group, and I don't think they would have done anything other than, sneer at the zebras and earth ponies.
I was afraid they would recognize me, considering the
that I can't argue with. Although the chances that they would remember
any
you
of you
because
the chances they remember any of you are slim because you guys mostly stayed in the tank.
I'll be honest with you, most of them probably never even really looked at you because they probably didn't consider you to even be a threat. I mean, when you were here before.
So, Orsk is desperate to turn Mythic into the million-bit unicorn.
Orsk just wants cybernetics.
Orsk is a man with culture.
That's right. We forget who we're dealing with here.
Well, so
yes, I am Moonhoof. I am a dirty cyber pony.
Pray tell what he said.
Oh, so I should have cut off the Mythic's horn while he was unconscious and replaced it with the cyber horn?
Praise Faust and pass the motor oil.
No.
I mean, I'm all in favor of giving Mythic an additional +1 potency and versatility.
He's not without his permission. I don't want to have to install, parts on ponies without them agreeing to it.
Oh, of course.
And just because Mina is Mina, and she's going to do this anyway just to rub salt in the wounds, when Mythic becomes awake, she peers down at him, looks down, goes, "Boy, that was really close."
You mean he doesn't look down and go, you're finally awake.
I'm kind of surprised Mythic didn't end up in the dumpster.
I mean, I have a feeling I would have if I had legitimately died without being rezzed.
What? I don't want dead ponies in my dumpster.
Yeah, you got those cleaned out before we hit the yellow sign, didn't we?
Yeah.
Speaking of,
there's a mini fridge in there too. That'd be just unhygienic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did we ever manage to buff out and repaint the bullet spangs off the dumpster? We did use it as a shield that one time.
Wait,
that was actually
dented it?
No, that was a different dumpster. She grabbed another one after that.
Oh, right.
Yeah, no, that dumpster got filled full of holes and Mina switched dumpsters halfway through. Yeah, technically this is Dumpster Waifu 2. Waifu Harder.
No, Dumpster Waifu 2, Electric Boogaloo. Get it right. It's got a mini fridge in it. Of course it's got power.
It now has a chair, too.
Yeah, but then you lose the Die Hard reference. Yes, I caught the reference, Moon. Don't worry.
No, I caught the reference too, but I don't think there's ever a scene in Die Hard where he uses a dumpster.
Nah, he's more of an event guy.
MT is still waiting.
Well, I don't think anyone has gone and, decided to retrofit a dumpster into a mini wasteland mobile home before, so we're all in fucking uncharted territory now, aren't we?
But
hey, you know what?
Go ahead.
It makes way too much sense for a Philly Scout to make use of a dumpster as a mobile home because, and I'm not saying that they're trash or anything, I'm saying that it would be the least conspicuous place to hide.
So we're solid sneaking this now.
Actually, I think that's more of a Hitman thing.
But what I was going to say is exactly what Nyota said.
Yeah, the Philly Scouts, being small, would be able to easily fit inside dumpsters because children. So why not have like mini safe houses inside dumpsters? They're everywhere, and nobody thinks to look in them.
So when we going to get the Philly Scout edition of the game?
So
on.
What's going to happen now is we're just going to walk through some built-up area. This Philly Scout's going to pop out of a dumpster and tell Mina that Coffee Stain says.
I was just about to say, we're going to walk into a town, and there's just going to be nothing but dumpsters everywhere. And as we're like in the center of the town, all the Philly Scouts are going to just jump out of it and just jump us.
Oh, so I need to stop giving ideas to MT. The Amazon drone dropping off the next package.
I mean, I could see it if it was a cyber pony.
No, look, listen. The Fallout Equestria is a better timeline. Amazon doesn't exist.
No, actually, if they didn't do the divergence, then Amazon would never exist. Unfortunately, because of the industrialization of Equestria, yeah, they would go with Amazon.
They have Pegasi doing mail deliveries. Amazon already existed.
God,
yeah, and they have Filthy Rich, so Jeff Bezos is already in the universe as well.
Derpy's
right. Well, I'm just gonna drown my sorrows and discount beer them.
Yes, it's Derpy's on.
No, if anything, it's Amarzon. Because obligatory horse puns. Okay, so
no, I'm with Adagio on this. It would be the natural progression of Derpy's delivery service.
All right,
that wasn't me. That was that Holtz?
Yeah, that was me.
Oh, okay.
Well, actually, Moon mentioned the Pegasus thing, but
no, I mentioned the Pegasus.
Oh, you
thing.
did. Okay.
But Derpy's on. That was you, Holtz.
Yeah.
Anyway, one slug match and a couple healing potions later.
Slug match. You me and punching bag.
You actually did a decent amount of damage. I don't want to undersell that.
Yeah, if you'd taken a third swing, you would have worked your way through all of Nyota's non-lethal hit points.
Yeah, he's only got about 250.
You do better than I do. My non-lethal is literally to throw you into the atmosphere.
Yeah, and the non-lethal stops when gravity kicks back in.
Well, no, because You're throwing into orbit.
You mean your non-lethal isn't just to shove them in the dumpster and then sit on the dumpster lid?
I just kind of assumed it was force choke.
All right, Moon. Do you wanna keep going, or are you ready to wrap up for tonight? Because we're almost at the 5-hour mark.
Wait, we are?
Yeah.
No, we're just over the 4-hour mark.
Oh, 4,
including pre-stream.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, my computer registers us as. Never mind. I'm dumb. I can't math.
Yeah, no, we literally just at the. Okay, so anyway, silly banter notwithstanding, and a lot of you are free to go through any of this in the side channels. You'd continue on for the day. Should be over here.
Yep.
Because with enough of a hard march.
Oh, Mina gives them both popcorn after the fight too.
Nyota would crunch and munch happily.
Oh wait, no.
Popcorn.
Yeah. Wait, where did I? Shit.
So, do you two feel better for bonding?
Well, I can see why the Cazador challenged him.
Did we walk past the thing for Sparrow and Hot Cross?
Yeah, that was back at the two. There's the 3.
Yeah, it was back. It was back where that group was centered around. If you wanted to go back at a later point in time to examine to see if they were still there, to see if they moved on, you could have.
I mean, Chifundo kind of wants to go back to the metal processing place anyway, just to deal with what's down the bottom.
That's not where the problem is.
No, but we'd end up walking past though.
Oh, we can check it on the way back. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
But at the very least, Sunrise, you were able to, as you walked past it, if you went to check your Pitbuck map at any point in time after that, you'd find it auto-mapped onto there.
Because if we do run into a patrol, it's going to be hard to explain.
No, we forgot something on the trail.
Oh, not yellow.
Maybe one of our slaves dropped their second tanker.
Yeah, we'll just explain his gold bars dropped out when he pulled out the tanker.
That true.
Anyway. So you're not going to go and double check at this moment, just at a later point in time.
Is that okay, Sunrise, or you want to go check it now?
No, we can go back for it.
All right. So as you make your way further into, so the next day comes as you make your way around. There's a bit of a crossroads path, and the little mountainside camp that Nyota and Scapola. From this point in time, there's actually a couple that you could possibly make it to. There's the closest one that's over yonder. And actually, I'm just going to leave some blue circles down. Draw shape. Is it shift for oval? I think it was shift for oval.
It's Alt for circular eclipse, Shift to snap to grid.
Ah, okay. I need to just stop. There we go. All right, just using the random auto mapping details. Yeah, there's a couple of lakes and the like that both would appear somewhat on the Pitbuck map, and as well that the survivalists would know about. That said, you're also picking up a small beeping signature coming from just kind of the general direction of the train tracks. I'm just trying to figure out where everyone is going next. But Sunrise, you'd be at the top of the initiative tracker, so we'll just go from there. God damn it. Okay. No, yeah, so the closest one that the party would have known about that they would have been pathing towards would have been this one over here. So Sunrise, unless you have a desire to try and detour around to go after this would be relatively the same distance from. Yeah, you're just trying to make your way there. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, we're just trying to make our way there right now, so we can relax, recuperate, and that kind of thing. I can go get these things later.
Yep, that's fine. That's what I'm trying to make sure of. All right. And as the group makes their way there, they'd make it to the camp by the sun would be starting to go down. It would be getting dark, but there'd still be enough natural light that that everyone would be able to see without someone firing up a light spell or turning on a lantern. There's some cabins that they can make out, even though everything's overgrown. There's some cabins that are still standing, a couple of larger halls. Mina, you'd know this is one of the essentially the pre-war Philly Scout camps.
Yeah, that's right. You mentioned something about that.
Yeah, you hadn't gone training at this one, but it was mentioned a couple of times in the lore, and honestly, seeing it with your own two eyes, there's something that's even more magnificent than just hearing about it in text. All the buildings, all the space, just set aside for nothing but camping. This large body of water that seems to just naturally come from the mountains. The area here, even though it's overgrown, it still kind of looks like a postcard. Lots of verdant overgrowth, lots of green, lots of places to forage. And currently, Sunrise, do you have your EFS up, or are you just kind of walking?
There is at no point in time in which she is willing to cut that feature off.
All right, that's fine. I'm still going to make you say it out loud so I know.
That's fair.
There's some red movement in the larger building, but aside from that, no, the place seems pretty devoid. Still, there's enough buildings that you can hunker down in for the night that you don't even have to touch the large central hall.
We should probably check it to make sure it's not going to come out and bite us.
From out here, you can actually see that the doors have been barred externally.
Can we see in a window?
No. The windows were boarded over. And not that there's a lot to begin with.
She looks at everyone. There's something in there. It's coming up on EFS. Why is the door barred from the outside?
Chifundo will stick his ear against the door and see if he can hear what's inside.
Roll perception, and then roll survival.
Well.
Okay, roll survival. it's big, and you can tell that it's not just one thing. There's at least two, probably more than two, but at least two of whatever it is in there. It's big. At no point in time do you hear it really speak. There's a little bit of unintelligible mumbling, but it doesn't really seem to speak or really communicate with the others in there. There's a little bit of shuffling around, a little bit of movement. You can almost hear what you think is just the sound of something sniffing. There's some motion towards the door, but for the most part, at least if you just give it a quick listen, there isn't anything that you can specifically tell. It's not insectoid. It's too heavy to be insectoid, and you don't hear it dragging along the ground, so it's probably not a serpent.
Okay. Trifunda walks back to the group. Yeah. Two, maybe more. Pretty big. Can't tell exactly what, though. Kind of animal grumbling sounds, but not a lot that I can go on, really. Don't think it's insects, though. There was no clicking or chattering.
Damn. I wonder if something got locked in there on purpose. I mean, it looks like it.
Definitely looks like it. Would that be enough of a description for Hayes to make a survival check?
Let's see. He failed that by a degree and change. So, make me a survival check at a -20. More than likely, it's some kind of mutated wildlife. Not insectoid, but given the descriptions he's given, it's most likely not ghouls. Given that they tend to have a rasp or a hiss to them as well. If they are in there, oh wait, no, that wouldn't have been. She wasn't close enough. There, no rasping, no hissing. There isn't any light that's coming through the cracks in boards. So more than likely, just some large mutated creature. You need to, go and actually give it a listen to get more information, but it's at least something to go on.
Well, it's likely mutated animal of some kind. I'll need to give it a listen myself to try to get a better idea.
Well, if it's a mutated animal, then I can probably, if it does break out, I can probably persuade it to leave us alone.
If not, I'm pretty sure I can persuade it to leave us alone.
I can always hack it up.
I'm sure you could.
Probably.
But I'll go with you, A's, and give a listen to see if I can identify it.
Sure. So I guess Hayes and Mina goes up to the building, and now, are there any windows?
As I said, there are some, but they're boarded over. You might be able to peer in and see a little bit, but just looking from this angle, you can't see any light from inside.
And it's single story?
Yes. There seems to be a little bit of a top arc, but it's more decorative than anything.
Okay. So yeah, Hazel will walk up to the door and give it a listen.
We'll pick one of the windows and try and listen.
All right, Mina, give me 2 perception checks then.
Made one, missed one. Or missed one, made one.
All right, Hayes, I need perception, and then I need another survival check if you pass the perception. And Mina, since you actually passed one of them, give me a survival check as well. Excellent. Okay. And then Mina, give me a D2, or actually, don't roll. For your perception-based hearing, call it evens or odds.
Even.
Okay, so you didn't hear, you saw. Hayes, what you hear through the door, given the descriptions Chifundo gave you, it's heavy and it's large, and there's definitely a couple in there. And for a moment, you think it's something large, like a mutated Brahmin or a large manticore or something. And then just listening a bit longer, you realize that the syncopation of the steps cannot be something bipedal, or cannot be something quadrupedal. And as well, Mina, through the one of the small cracks, there's just enough light between that window you can see and a rear window. It's not really enough to illuminate any form to really elucidate what this is, but you can tell that it's more or less walking on 2 legs. And that it's big.
Like Hellhound big? And heavy?
That is definitely a guess. And as you're just kind of lingering over there, you hear what is clearly something inside sniffing. Do you continue to stay by the door?
I think he will back away.
Okay. Mina, as well, from your vantage point looking in the window, you'd see the thing kind of cant what might be its head, and then just kind of poke around and not really hear it sniff, but just see the motions of its head kind of bob, looking in a couple of directions, trying to find something.
Yeah, I think better part of Valor, I'm going to kind of retreat away, off to the side, away from the window, and then back away.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. So the 2 of you back away. Nothing else happens. Do you both make your way back to the group, or...
So, Hazel's like, Mina, did you get the impression that it was walking on two legs and actually kind of trying to find us?
Yeah, kind of got the impression it was sniffing around.
Whole thing. Do you think they might have locked up a hellhound?
Moon, is that just a wooden shack?
No. Mina, you would know, at least from the stories you'd been told, this is essentially the central lodge of the pre-war Philly Scout camp. This is where everyone would come together for any meetings. This is where meals would be held, conversation, rallies. There was also a field for doing some of that too, but this was definitely the informal meeting area.
Okay, but
it looked like it. What? No, it's not. It's not just a wooden shack. There's Well, wait. What do you mean by is it just a wooden shack?
Well, my question is, if it's a hellhound, and I think Mina would have some kind of idea with this with her survival skills, that it would literally take something with like 4-inch concrete reinforced with steel to prevent it. Yeah, it's a hellhound.
I'm more in the realm. If it's a hellhound, we have the leather piece with the hellhound insignia on it, and we have a few basic words and.
Well, no. What Von Holtz is getting at is hellhounds are depicted as literally digging their way through cliff sides.
Yeah, in system they can literally dig through anything.
So
even steel walls are
with feet.
I'm kind of thinking it's not necessarily a hellhound, but it is something big and large. I'm just not sure what would be that big and large.
Bear derivative.
I do not think your ability to talk with animals will work in this situation. It didn't seem to say anything or ask for any help or demand we let it go.
But then it might not have been sure somebody was there or not.
Was it kind of sniffing around for you as well?
Yeah.
Well, let's pick one of these cabins well away for now and think on what to do overnight.
Yeah, I definitely think we should set a watch just in case.
Or we do that for tonight, set a watch, and then tomorrow we go deal with it.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
I mean, if it's sentient, maybe we can talk to it. Maybe we can negotiate with it. If not, then I don't know.
We negotiate it the way Nyota negotiated with Mythic an hour or two ago.
That's just cold.
Those are still fresh.
I am sorry about the shield.
Buddy, Fundo, lose one karma. That's kind of mean.
Sorry.
Really feeling that party low there.
What? We make fun of each other. That's what we do.
Bye, perfect karma score. Down to 68.
That's fine. You'll get it back.
Really, Chifundo? Really? You're complaining about being down to 68?
Yeah, I was on 69.
I mean, Chifundo now has the same level of karma as Nyota.
That's fair.
Making it even harder for Moon to tell us apart.
That's not the problem. He keeps getting Quick Stitch, the unicorn, mixed up with the Zony. Although they do both have fabulous hair, so.
Fucking licorice and mystery flavor over here.
So, Nyota, you rest. I'll take watch tonight.
Okay.
I mean, we usually share watch duty.
I can take over his watch. Loser.
It's fine. I got it. I probably ain't gonna sleep tonight anyway.
Why aren't you going to sleep tonight exactly?
Yeah, I don't often sleep well.
Hmm.
Nightmares and the like.
You too, huh?
Oh. Welcome to the club. You're in among friends. Although my nightmares are usually actual memories playing like memory orbs in my head. That still can't be healthy.
Note to self: start figuring out how to be a therapist. I bet I could get really rich here.
I mean, you could probably make a killing in the wasteland, provided you found people that actually want therapy.
Oh, damn! I don't want to lose karma.
Literally, the moment he says that, Sunrise nudges him in the ribs.
Mina's literally sitting there like, I don't wanna.
No, seriously, this is a healthy level of paranoia. They really are out to get us.
Yes, they really are out to get us. But it's not about the healthy level of paranoia. It's about the fact you go full angry demon mode the moment something bad happens.
And that has saved our skins so many times.
Just was going to say you may be a better You may be a better therapist than you are with a sword.
No, actually, he's pretty damn good with the sword.
A shame I didn't use any magic. Probably a good thing.
Let's go to bed. I'll finish the swimsuits tomorrow, and then we can start unpacking the journal and data and stuff.
All right. So whoever is going to pick the camp cabins that are available right now, because there are some that you could go to, but they're partially destroyed. Of the remaining cabins that are here, whoever is picking, someone just roll me a d12.
I suppose I'll throw that.
Go ahead. This will be funny.
Okay. Nyota, make me a luck check.
Any bonus or penalty?
Nope, no penalty.
Fail by 2.
Okay. Inside this cabin, there's a set of bunk beds that more or less have the springs attached. You need to lay down a bedroll or something, otherwise you're just laying on bare spring steel. But they're relatively rust free. They're gonna they'll keep you relatively comfy sleep throughout the night. And they're not actually made to do this, but they're designed in such a way that if the groups were to, say, just kind of slide them together, you'd have just 2 double beds. Or, sorry, 2 fulls. There we go.
Are we all going to pick one cabin, or are we going to split up a little bit?
You're welcome to pick another. You're welcome to pick another
It would
cabin.
be easiest for watch purposes if we're all together.
Yes, but no offense, but I believe those two probably need a little bit of privacy. And he kind of gestures over to Nyota and Sunrise.
I mean, to be fair, for tonight, considering there is something in that building, it might be wise for us to stay together.
And genuinely, I think Nyota and I just want to sleep tonight.
All right. Kind of looks like he was debating on whether or not to ask if just sleep tonight meant actually just sleep, or nah, I'm sure it's just y'all just.
Nyota, did you beat his brain into the gutter perpetually?
I didn't even hit his head.
Oh, that's just him normally?
I mean,
He didn't say that out loud. He didn't say anything out loud. He just kind of has that momentary pause.
Oh no, we know you didn't say this out loud. We're having this conversation in front of you.
There's that glazed over, just kind of like not sure what's going on look that apparently Mythic has at this moment. At least that's how I read that.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I kind of assumed it was just a glazed over look too, not.
And that was Sunrise presenting legitimate concern for Mystic's well-being. Mythic's well-being.
Noted.
I mean, I wouldn't say he's like this normally. I think he's still dealing with the fact that I carry enough power behind my strikes to shatter steel, apparently.
Are you sure your legs aren't cybernetically enhanced with pistons of some sort?
Absolutely positive.
I can assure you he's 100% all natural.
Though some of my teachings, well, sit with me for a moment. And Nyota
did you just hold on? Did you just literally look at him and go, sit and stay a while and listen?
Yes, I literally just stay a while and listen.
Blink shrugs, walks over, and sits.
By the way, when Sunrise says that Nyota is 100% natural, she giggles. You can put that in there in the book if I want for notes.
From a point of authority.
Actually incorrect. Those crystals are natural.
Also, Chifundo will pipe up that just because it is not artificial does not make it natural.
Nyota will hold up a hoof, think about that for a moment. No, actually, that's inherently what natural means. It was not created by artificial means. It is something that occurs naturally in the universe.
Bullets made with 100% natural lead.
Things that occur naturally in the universe. Okay, but Cthulhu.
The lead is actually naturally occurring. The process to make the bullets means that they'd be artificial.
And that's what. And that's what.
Hand lead.
Never mind. No, you were saying to Mythic.
Down and listens to the new senpai.
So, you probably noticed that my fighting style is, well, kind of normal for a zebra of my kind.
Is it self-taught or do you have a master?
I had
Ember
a master.
laughs.
Is this everybody roll shamanism to see if they hear the Imperial
No, this is
laughing?
everyone. No, this is everyone in the cabin hears slightly distant, discordant laughing.
I'm just gonna make a willful roll
it's
now
feminine.
to see if I bust out laughing. Yep,
Calm down,
100%.
Calm down, Ember.
Oh yeah, no, Nyota, you don't have to roll for that. That's just Ember.
Oh yeah. But so no, I'm gradually recovering the teachings from when I was younger. Just putting in the time and effort to remember how, well, my mom fought. She trained pretty diligently, and when I was old enough to start training, she started teaching me.
So just trying to remember old muscle memory then.
That and putting my own twist on things, bit by bit.
I understand that feeling.
So, out of curiosity, are you familiar with the Fallen Caesar style?
Pretty familiar.
Well, that is what I use.
I knew your stance looked awfully familiar. That's why I asked if you had a master or not. It seems well done, well practiced, but it almost seems slightly undisciplined, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but I'm getting there.
I don't know, you nearly popped off my head and arm back there, so I assume you're pretty close.
But that begs the question, you got a couple good solid thwacks in there. What style do you use?
Well, I have the blade, an older Equestria style that's kind of just been passed down through the ages.
I'm familiar with that martial art. I'm also familiar that it's not equestrian. Well, not only equestrian. It's one of the few styles that made its way around pretty much the entire world before everything fell apart.
Oh yes, very much so. Shame I couldn't learn Bladecaster.
Nyota actually tilts his head at that and looks at Mythic with a raised eyebrow. Learn what?
You see Mythic just has this really excited grin, like you just asked a fool about his favorite topic. Bladecaster style, it's really, really old. It's mostly originated from unicorns. Other races can use it though. It's a style that involves using a special sort of sword, a moat blade. That is exactly what you get on the tin. It's as if you had taken any old sword and broken it up into pieces. Each piece is wielded in a unicorn's telekinesis.
Okay, one question, Moon.
I'm here.
Are we gonna kind of sidestep the lore of Bladecaster?
Well, that and also it's after it's almost going on 1:15, so I don't know if we want to call it here and just kind of fade into stories.
That works.
Yeah, I was just curious because the lore in the Hoofty Cuffs book said it was.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll twist that one around a different way then. But yeah, that actually.
I'll read that. Yeah, I'll read that over real quick, and we can address this later.
Yeah, and we can hand wave it because to be fair, if I remember correctly, it said it was rediscovered by the. But anyway, Naoto will look at Mythic and just like, huh.
There's also the other option that Mythic doesn't have all of the information.
Unreliable narrator, yada yada yada.
Unreliable
I mean, it's the hazard of oral traditions.
Fair point.
Man, well, I don't know about a lot of you, but I am ready to go to bed.
I'm good to call it here.
Same.
Play channels. I didn't work with that.
Alright, so for tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, I have two separate streams. One is a, what is it called? Charity stream. That's later in the day. Earlier in the day, we will be doing the Fallout Equestria panel for RamCon. That will be tomorrow afternoon-ish. Say afternoon-ish, taking notes and everything for all the stuff I have to write for this section. But that is tomorrow. But also tomorrow night, because it's his birthday, I have agreed to play a game of 5th edition D&D for charity. So you can all thank Vivid, who is the program director of all of Charlie's My Little Pony cons, for me playing a 5th edition D&D game tomorrow. I am supposed to play a druid.
Well, have fun.
Is that regular D&D or Pony D&D?
Regular D&D.
Okay.
But he is running a charity stream tomorrow. I will be streaming from the player's perspective. He will be streaming from the GM perspective at the same time, so you guys can see both ends of the screen. Entirely up to you which end you want to watch from. Yeah, that's that. I have some thank yous to give out. I don't have to show the swimsuit image because we didn't make the 300, so I don't actually have to show that. In the meantime, Final Sight, Ginger Senpai, Arvana, and Linzabi, thank you guys for tips. Ginger Senpai looks like he swiped the hat from you, Linzabi. MT and Brett, and
Oh, that's okay.
Thank you guys for the biddies. Frazier, MT, thank you for more biddies. Frazier, Chris, Pony Chick, and Zabin, thank you guys for the hosts. You guys are awesome. And Wingman, also thank you for the late host there. Lastly, thank you for the resub, Wingman. And in the meantime, Dob Art Volvo 564, welcome to the Army of Fiora. Thank you for following me here on Twitch. In the meantime, you guys all say your goodbyes. That's everyone on the list.
I mean, had those roles been when Martini showed up, this probably would have gone very differently.
If those roles had turned up when Martini was here, then would have been cycling in a new player back then.
Oh, yeah, probably.
It's okay. A nice episode of Stallion Bonding. It's good.
Mm-hmm.
My head hurts, and so does my pride.
On a non-game related note, happy Fallout Day.
Actually, the funny thing is that our next session is going to be the day after Fallout Day.
I thought it was the 23rd was when bombs fell.
No, 27th.
Oh, same info?
Yeah, it was like a October Halloween strike.
Well, yeah, I remember that, but I thought it was the 23rd, not the 26th. Or 27th.
No, you're right. It is Fallout Day today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I think this weekend they're allowing people to play Fallout
Yeah.
76 for free. So
nice.
Yep. 2077 on October the 23rd.
I'm curious what kind of day, what day of the week that falls on. It's a Saturday.
Really? We ended the world on a Saturday. Not a Monday, not a Friday, but a Saturday.
Yeah,
that sounds about right.
It's Saturday, October 23rd, and it's one day before the waxing half moon.
also one thing that they also got right in the game is that the clocks are set at the time of the bombs, and it's actually set for Pacific Coast and Eastern Coast depending on the game you're playing.
Cool.
Starting the weekend with a bang.
Neat.
Anyway, good night.
Yeah, good night,
night,
everyone.
Good night, everyone.